All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the August DRC meeting. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. DRC is a subcommittee of the Historic Zoning Commission. This meeting is intended to be informal and to guide applicants through the process of obtaining a certificate of appropriateness or a COA for projects within the city's historic districts in light of those historic district design guidelines. Applicant participation in this DRC meeting is voluntary but highly recommended. Any changes or suggestions taken by the applicant based on the discussions with the DRC are the applicant's choice, but DRC makes no representation as to whether any changes or suggestions made during the meeting will be approved by the voting body, the Historic Zoning Commission. There's 9 items on this afternoon's agenda. When your item's called, if you'll come up to the table here on my right, your left, introduce yourself and describe your item in about 2 to 3 minutes. That would be wonderful. First up, discussion of site alterations at 1002 Fair Street. And we have Jeff Fleischauer. Is Jeff here? Come on up. Make sure you hit your button on the microphone. It'll turn green and then everybody can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Unless you don't want to be heard.
Well, I don't know if you've had time to go through it, but we have modified the plans to the extent where we tried to show where the covered walkway would go from the house out to the new cottage area. And then we have a pergola right from the back of the house that's going to go out over the sitting area and the kitchen and the dining room area. So that's what we were hoping to give you some more information on, and what we were trying to create is a covered walkway so the girls could get from the cottage to the house in inclement weather since they're wheelchair bound.
Anything else you want to add, sir?
No.
Not yet?
No, I'm pleased that it's the same group that I talked to last time, so I have to go through the story and try to add
Sure.
context to it. But I think Jeff and the city has worked through this to the best of their ability, and, you know, quite frankly, we're ready to move forward, put it to bed, and get underway with it.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth, you have some staff comments for us?
Yes.
Thank
Thank you to the applicant for coming to the Design Review Committee meeting to further discuss the proposed pergola and covered breezeway between the house and the accessory structure. The guidelines do not speak to adding breezeway connectors to historic accessory structures from historic buildings, but do with new accessory structures. In the guidelines for new accessory structures, it states to design a breezeway to be simple in detailing and subordinate to an accessory structure, and to choose a breezeway location that lessens its length and expanse. While during research, there are no historic accessory structures that are connected to historic buildings by breezeway. However, this type of alteration would still maintain the visual separation between the buildings in a manner that maintains the appearance of the garage being detached as it has been historically while providing utility. The path of a breezeway should go directly from entrance to entrance, so the additional breezeway proposed that is parallel to the accessory structure would not be recommended. And the proposed pergola will be entirely behind the house and not visible from street view, and appears to meet the guidelines, as well as the the pea gravel rainwater garden in the rear. Feedback on the proposed pergola and the covered walkway, particularly the proposed path, visibility, and design of the breezeway, would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody want to kick us off here? Bob, you look like you've got some ideas.
I want to thank you for explaining last week your reasoning. That really helped a lot.
It helped me too.
Yeah. And the breezeway width is ADA compliant.
There's part of it that's not under the 1990 ADA regulations. There needs to be a space within a certain distance where 2 wheelchairs can meet and pass each other. But, I mean, I went out and walked around this building today. This building doesn't even have it. Actually, you know, I'm not trying to get too fine a point on it, but if somebody showed up in a wheelchair, they can't even get in this building. I tried to do that right before this meeting. And I saw here that 24 hours prior to the meeting, you have to call to make arrangements for that. That's only in the case if we needed a interpreter for sign language. You know, so my point is I'm trying to construct something that actually for my girls and their wheelchairs actually becomes invisible. There's no obstacles. There's nothing in the way. There's nothing to worry about. And the only thing, you know, and why I didn't think of this is beyond me, but them being able to get from the cottage into our home when it's raining is a really big deal. And I, you know, I wrestle with this every day, thinking about how I neglected to put that in here. So I was, you know, in that process. I mean, if the guidelines, this is my opinion, if the guidelines were anything and everything, there really wouldn't be a need for you guys to exist. I mean, it's like when I studied law, it was the difference between the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. And I have to commend the staff. They have stuck with the guidelines. That's the letter of law. If they start, you know, moving around on that, all hell breaks loose for everybody. But you guys have a tendency or an ability to look at it and see a bigger picture and come forth with what the spirit of it should be. You know, and again, I'm not looking to build some party central for my neighborhood or some man cave or anything like that. I'm just really trying to build something so that when my children visit, that there are no obstacles to them at all. Right now, I have to go into the driveway and put them on piggyback and get them into my house. I'm getting too old for that. They're getting too big for that. I'm getting too old for that.
Yeah.
So our thought was, you know, way back when, is like, geez, I got to build an ADA ramp, and the way our house is set up, I'd have to do it in the front, and boy, what a fight we'd have over that. So the thought was, let's just convert that garage that we have into garage and cottage and build a way for them to be able to get in and out of our house in as convenient and expedited way as possible, so they actually feel welcome when they're home with us.
Perfect. Thank you. Anything else, Bob?
No.
Madeline, you have any thoughts?
Not at the moment.
Brian?
So I want to understand staff's position again on the breezeway. So I didn't quite, was that supporting or non-supporting in the guidelines?
There isn't a specific guideline in the historic accessory structure section for breezeway connectors. It's only listed in new accessory structures, and there haven't been any proposals that I've been able to find that connect a historic accessory structure to a historic building. However, it does maintain the visual appearance and separation of the two buildings, so it's clearly identifiable that those two are maintain detached form as an accessory structure should. So I do believe in this instance it could be supported.
Okay. And it's completely behind the
Yep.
building. So I think that, I'm not sure that anyone I know from my point that the covered breezeway, I don't seem to be an issue. But I did want to ask, so I noticed where the three roof lines come together. So it's more of a design thing. And then I see kind of your inspirational photograph. Is that what it's going to look like, what I see in the inspirational photograph?
I'm going to have to defer to our contractor on
Well,
that.
And that's up here on the
I
screen.
just want it covered.
That's on the screen
What we're
currently.
going to do is she had a hard time drawing the roof lines, but Brian, what we thought about doing is obviously coming off the house and then dog-legging over and making that a continuous covered breezeway, and then what we'll do is just offset that with a little dump area to come out of the garage and connect with that breezeway. But for the most part, yes, that will be a covered dog-leg breezeway, all one consistency and not cut up like that.
It won't be cut up like that.
No, sir, not like that elevation shows. It'll be continuous.
And you know, it reminds me of a very modern structure when I look at it.
Right.
But what I see in your inspirational photograph, it looks like something more historic. Was that what you're going for? I mean, what?
Well, Yes, in that last page, that's what we were somewhat looking for. I'm gonna dress up those columns. I'm not gonna make it look that ornate, however, but I may put some trim or some molding on the treated columns.
And so when you come back to our voting meeting,
Yes, sir.
could you just supply us with, more, maybe a drawing or something of what
Absolutely,
you
yes, sir.
what it's going to look like?
Yes, sir, I can do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Mary, anything? No. Okay. Holly? Nothing? Yeah, I think the breezeway makes total sense, the rationale for it, and it looked like there was some modeling trouble here.
Yes, sir.
But as long as all those ridges can meet up really nice and the valleys are, clean, and I think that's the intention based on the other view.
Yes, sir.
I think the impact to both buildings, even though it's a historic structure, I mean, just, we talk about, well, if we see another one of these, what's our rationale this time for maybe supporting something like this? I think if you need a breezeway and it connects to the back of your house and the side of your outbuilding, well, you've not really interrupted the silhouette of either one of them on the front. And the other thing too is this particular outbuilding has been modified. We approved a pretty significant addition to it fairly recently. So while it's still a historic structure, it's been updated some, and I think the way that this particular breezeway touches both buildings is about as minimal as you can make it. So I would feel like their scheme makes a lot of sense here. The pergola, I think staff said that could be supported as well. Is that right?
Yes, it's entirely behind the building.
Okay. I'll look at that site plan one more time here. So it sits behind a chimney too, is what I'm seeing in the site plan, it looks like. Oftentimes, if we were talking additions, we usually want to set back off the corner just a little bit. So as you get into kind of the detailing of this thing, if the support posts that are parallel to the property line sit back from the corner of the historic house, even if the rafters run past that,
Yes, the
is
rafters
one
run-
of our guidelines that we get from the Department of Interior. That's not a
The
historic
reason why
Franklin
that's
thing.
offset a little bit right there, Tyler, was we have a bump out in the front of the house that extends out about 3.5 feet. So from a line of sight from the front, you still
Sure.
won't see that kitchen.
Sure. Okay.
Yes, sir. And so that's why we kind of offset that out a little bit, and I have that roughed in already, ready to pour that. If that's something I need to bring in to the existing corner of the house.
I think it's considering that the house bumps. That's what I can see some of that in the site plan, but the existing house is chopped off in our drawing a little bit. So
I do have the existing site plan
yeah,
here.
as long as we're good there, I'd be fine with that because it looks like there might be an octagonal bay on the
Yeah, I
side.
mean,
Yes, sir.
the house has two, it almost mirrors itself. It has these two bedrooms with fireplaces in them that are basically the same dimensions on either side of the house.
Okay.
So it's almost like a bay window bumping out.
But it does go all the way to foundation.
Yes.
Anything, Brian? Did you have something else?
Oh, and I was just going to say that you probably have one of the best Queen Anne houses in Franklin. It's a lovely place.
Beautiful
Yeah,
house.
perfect.
Absolutely beautiful front porch. Absolutely gorgeous.
All right. Anything else from anybody? Mary?
I would say to the point of coming off that corner, even though you have something sticks out, I would still, as heavy as this element is with the stone wall, just if you got 6 inches off the corner, I think it would matter.
So you would prefer me bring that back to the corner? Okay.
Yeah, and I think the site plan being truncated, so I think there's a chimney there, and then the bay even sticks out further than the chimney. So if it were a straight-sided house, I'd be like, we got to have some relief on the corner, but
Well, maybe
there's a lot of things
more
going on.
compelling picture, but
It's
Yeah.
about even with the chimney, actually,
Yeah.
from what it looks like.
So it's doesn't
can
even
make
come
it
out as far
whatever.
as that right side bay now. The bay
I
that's
know
on the
that.
right side.
Right,
I
and
know.
and also on that side of the house is a giant chimney that was part of the addition to the house in the 60s.
Maybe just bring a photograph of the back of the house.
I can,
Yeah, yeah.
I can show you this
Okay.
approved site drawing that we permitted off of that shows actually the outline of the house and how it lines up with that exterior.
That's
There's a
the back
picture
of the
there.
house.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. There
Yes.
might be another picture that shows
And-
more. There you go. You see the
And
bump out in the very front?
Yeah, just, I'm
Yeah.
one vote, but I would say even if it were 6 inches in, it's going to read separate from the house.
So you would prefer me come all the way back to the corner and not allow it to pop out at all?
I prefer to show the whole corner when when the stone wall happens.
For the kitchen, for the exterior kitchen, you would rather that be even with the corner of the rear of the house?
The outdoor kitchen.
Yes, ma'am.
That's that stone walls and outdoor kitchen there. You reading that?
What?
The stone walls and outdoor kitchen there.
Yes, I know that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you'd prefer that to be at the corner, Mary? Is that what you're saying? In your
Yes.
thought process?
And you might, I'm not convinced it needs to be, I'm not convinced the corner's not exposed already because your
Okay.
post looks like it's coming out of the kitchen and there's no post up against the wall at all, it looks like. Is that how you think it might be detailed? And we're getting into
There will be a line of columns on the wall.
We are.
on the wall.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir. Yes,
yeah.
sir.
There will be
Well,
what?
So
In-
there would be one at that corner. There
Okay.
would be one I'd have to build into the top.
And it, yeah. So to your point, Mary, if that the row of columns that's going to hold up this girder, for lack of a better term, is back, even if you have to cantilever your rafters out a little more,
You
that
Oh,
would
yeah,
be
the
ideal.
rafters can come on out.
Yeah, I think the
This is just such an intact
So what you're saying, Tyler,
house.
is you want a column on
So
that
to land
corner?
softly on it
Yeah.
with this much
Yeah.
going on, to me, would matter.
Yeah, like I said, the Department of Interior has some standards that talks about maintaining our exterior corners and
Corners.
keeping them visible. It
Okay,
has to do with reversibility and some other things, but
okay,
I've never seen anybody reverse anything on a historic house yet.
right.
National Park Service, maybe I have. But yeah, if the column line could be pulled back a little, I think you might still get the same volume under pergola, but
Mm-hmm.
the way it's detailed is important to us in preserving kind of the,
So if I were to put
mass.
the column on the corner and I'd allow the top to the framing to
peek out.
beyond the column, then
Mm-hmm.
the face of my stone kitchen could also be that little bit beyond, as long as it lined up with the top overhang. And we're talking 6, 8 inches. It would still be behind the chimney. It would still be behind the brick.
Right.
Yeah, in the first 3 feet of the corner would be covered by the kitchen,
Yes, sir.
and then the rest of it would be exposed, that siding that's
Mm-hmm.
there. I mean, I don't know how everybody else feels. I think I would probably be comfortable with that just because it's behind a bay and a chimney at
Yes,
that
sir.
point. But
Right.
I wouldn't be able to speak for everybody.
And what I'm saying, with as much as you have going on, in the back, just giving that a little more respect, to me, would comply better with our guidelines.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Because I know staff did allow me to move that fire pit out, and it's actually beyond
Right.
the edge
right,
of the house.
Right.
But she said
You've
that-
got that, yes. And for all the right reasons, there's just a lot going on.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's nothing else. You guys have any other specific questions?
Well, sir, that turns me loose to
Feel
finish
good?
the design and get
Okay.
it submitted.
Okay. Thank you all very much. We
Thank you all
appreciate
very
it.
much. Thanks for
Have a
all
good
your
evening.
help. Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. All right, item number 2, we have discussion of fencing at 1850 William Campbell Court. David Horwath. It's not David, but I know this guy. Come on up.
Good afternoon, Jason Goddard with Design Studio. David Horwath had a conflict come up in Bern. He was going to try to attend, but he's recovering from surgery, so they both send their regrets. And you're stuck with me.
Perfect. All right, you want to walk us through what might be different from the last time we saw this?
Sure.
Okay.
So as everyone probably remembers, we were here before the board last month, getting some hardscape elements approved through the certificate of appropriateness. The fencing had some discussion come up with it. I think we were asked to provide some additional information regarding, in addition to a photo showing, from a Photoshop standpoint, how this fence would look from the entrance. And then, back to that plan for just a second, Amanda. We were also asked to remove the fence that was in front of Magnolia Hall. So if you see the so we got the red fence, the red, I'm sorry, let me start over. The blue is the existing fence that runs along Boyd Mill and Glass Lane, and there's a fence also along Jim Warren Park. All of the red is the new fence. The fence follows the right-hand side of William Campbell Court along this park, around Magnolia Hall, into the back, and will serve as the pool enclosure for the historic home. And then where we've changed this plan is coming down the south side on the plan, stopping at the corner and then terminating in the back corner of Magnolia Hall rather than bringing that to the front. And then we provided an exhibit showing what that fence will look like in Photoshop. As you look down William Campbell Court with Magnolia Hall in the background. Apologize for the construction activity going on there, but couldn't get a clean photo. And then I know there were some questions at our last meeting asking for the distance where that fence was located from the historic structure to the closest point of that fence. We provided those dimensions on the plan as well. And it's back on that first page, Amanda. But the closest spot measuring that at an angle skewed toward Glass Lane is about 130 feet. And if you pull straight off the front corner, it's about 182 feet. And then lastly, in preparation for this meeting this afternoon, I did prepare a couple more exhibits that I could pass out, and then I could submit those for the voting meeting if we can do that too.
That's fine.
Got 5 copies so you can share.
We can share. Thank you.
And the purpose of this exhibit was just to just kind of highlight that dimension of 182 feet off the front corner of the home. And then also that orange area you're seeing is really the front portion of the historic home, the front yard coming off of the front porch. And this is just to demonstrate that there's really no fence in the front yard per se, that view from Boyd Mill all the way to the front porch of the historic mansion is left preserved and intact, and this is kind of off to the side. That's what this is to demonstrate.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's hear from Elizabeth, please.
Thank you. So for some clarification, there were two applications submitted that showed the fencing for this site. So within this proposal, what was reviewed was two sections of new fencing proposed. First along William Campbell Court in the straight drive entrance to Magnolia Hall in the subdivision. And the second section of fencing is proposed within the application to connect the approved four-board horse fencing on the retaining wall near the lake to the proposed rear yard fencing for the historic Magnolia Hall, which is in a separate application. So the distance of this fencing was not included for the full length of what the span will be on either section, and the proposed style is the four-board horse-style fence that is 4 feet tall, intended to match the existing improved perimeter fencing. The fencing proposed within this application is unique as there is not a house on the lot for the community green space and was intended to continue reading as the front yard of Magnolia Hall. This development is vested in the 2016 guidelines in which wooden picket fences are the most common fencing material for primary yard fencing and which is appropriate. It is recommended that fences be no higher than 3 feet on front yards, and to recess wooden plank fences, split rail fences 20 feet from the plane of the residence's facade. So feedback on the proposed design and style of the fencing, placement, and height would be appreciated as they do not align with the 2016 guidelines. The current guidelines do state that in rural settings, horse fencing may be considered in front yard fencing and be a height of 4.5 feet. However, this development is unique as it was once more rural and is now in a much more blended neighborhood setting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth? Holly, are you interested in going first here? If you have any comments?
Yeah.
Thank you.
To me, this fits. To me, it looks like it fits the property just fine and is so common to the entire area. It makes more sense to me that you would use this rather than a picket fence. But I'd love to hear other opinions from you.
Okay. Thank you. Miss Mary?
The reason that you're putting the fence in the front portion, the rationale,
Yes, so the intent behind the fence is to create this private park for the owners and residents of Magnolia Hall and for the community. It's to delineate this private park and kind of give it some enclosure.
okay. I do agree that this style fence in this situation versus a picket fence is appropriate.
Okay. Brian?
Yeah, I tend to agree with that assessment as well. I was going to ask you, we see the site of the front porch and then towards Boyd Mill.
Yes.
But what is the actual lot? What is the actual lot coverage of the person that's going to be living in Magnolia Hall?
The actual lot line,
Does it kind of follow the curvature of that fence?
if we zoom, Amanda's zooming in for me there, you can see the lot line kind of running at a diagonal through there. We really put a great deal of study into how that fence lines along the front, and rather than following this arbitrary angle where the front line is for Magnolia Hall, we felt like coming to that column and then having that fence kind of serpentine and not necessarily follow that rigid property line was a little bit more of a rural, pastoral, more design and intentional.
Kind of softens it
A
some.
little softens it up, that's right.
All right,
And it works around some existing trees as well.
thank you.
Madeline?
Before, can we zoom out of the map a little bit? So, I'm just trying to make sure I'm remembering correctly. Before you had it where it was like going to, the red line was going to the horseshoe here or the roundabout?
Yes.
Okay. Were we part of why that changed?
Say that again.
Were we part of why that changed in hard angles to the side?
I think we gave them some feedback on different parts of it. But the other thing is, you're going to see more proposal around the house later in the meeting for what might happen on this side of the house.
Okay.
What is the west side of the house. They culled back some of the horse fence, correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, culled back some of that, but there might be some ornamental iron fence and things in a proposal later that you may not even be involved in.
Yes, we will be presenting some fence in the side yard of the William Campbell house with some old iron fence. But to answer your question, we did pull that four-board horse fence back and terminate it in the rear corner of William Campbell house rather than bringing it in the front. We had it in the front, kind of framing that entrance and opening to the home, but seeing that was encroaching into really what was the front yard of the Magnolia house, we decided to go ahead and remove that to eliminate that conflict.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Bob, anything?
Looking at what you've shown, is it going to undulate like that?
Where that undulation is in the front yard, where
Yeah.
serpentines, yes.
Okay. I've just never seen that in horse fencing.
Can it even be built that way, a horse fence?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they're pretty nice smooth radiuses. We could, we would survey and flag that in the field, and they'd have a nice little curvature to them.
Okay. Thanks.
Can you, when you come to historic zoning, bring an example of that?
Of the curved? Absolutely.
Anything else? Yeah, I've thought a lot about this fence in the front yard thing. Our guidelines talk a lot about fences in the front yard and their height and what's type. And I kind of kept reminding myself, it already has a four-board horse fence, and it's already in the front yard. It goes all the way across the front of the property line. So I was like, the precedent is sort of set here on this particular property. So, and I don't think it was like aesthetically anything wrong with it ever. I just was wondering how it lined up with the guidelines, but there's so much precedent here that I think it's appropriate in this particular case. So,
I have one other question I
Sure.
forgot to ask.
Uh-huh.
Is the new four-board fencing, is the height meeting the guidelines, the height of it?
no, because it's supposed to be 3 feet in the front yard, but the existing is 4.
Yeah,
The
because
Or
existing
somewhere
is
in there.
four?
fence.
Yeah, all that
Existing
horse board
34
that's
foot.
in the
Okay.
front. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So yeah, it doesn't meet the guidelines, and especially the 2016 guidelines don't call out anything about horse fencing at all. It would be considered an inappropriate thing. But our new guidelines, which this isn't under, calls out that rural kind of quality. And this was a rural house at,
Yeah,
100 years ago.
right.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else?
That's it for me.
Feel good?
I just,
something?
one thing, so I know you're going to bring something back to us that may include like an iron fence, but have you seen one of the older pictures? The oldest picture I think that I've seen of that house did have a picket fence in front of it. Have you seen that house, that photograph?
I may have over the years, but I don't have it handy.
I'll send that to staff,
Okay.
and then staff can forward that to you,
Okay. Perfect.
just for inspiration.
Great. Okay.
Perfect. Anything
you.
else?
I'm good.
It's good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
I'm up next too.
Oh, okay. Everybody, welcome back, Jason Goddard. For item number 3, discussion of site alterations, fencing and lighting at 1840 William Campbell Court, Magnolia Hall Mansion. And Jason, if you want to tell us what's new on this particular building as well.
Yeah, so this is our first time here to discuss the William Campbell House. Amanda's pulling this file up here. What we've been asked to bring to historic zoning are some hardscape elements, the configuration of the driveway, the materials for the driveway. You do see some fencing in here as well. We have a four-board horse fence that picks up off the serpentine fence, ties into the existing glass lane gate, and then follows the rear property line along the back up toward the lake, and that does follow the property line there. The horse fence then comes down the plan, and then terminates in the back corner of the William Campbell house. On the left-hand side, where the cursor is now, we're proposing a clipping garden. There's a few boxwoods out there that got destroyed during the freeze, that hard freeze a couple of years ago. We're wanting to turn that area into a little clipping garden area with some landscaping, and we're proposing to relocate an iron fence that was in the backyard around the pool, around that clipping garden. And there's a photo there in, yeah, number 8. That's the old iron fence that was around the pool enclosure, and we're bringing that around to the side yard around this clipping garden. The walks in the clipping garden will be brick lined gravel paths, and then the lead walk from the driveway out of the front of Magnolia will be an existing repurposed brick walk. And then the driveway itself will have a concrete apron coming off of William Campbell Court, and then a concrete ribbon curb that goes back to the motor court area, and that'll be concrete in front of the carriage house. And then lastly, we're proposing a stone path that goes from the rear porch out to a fire pit area. The fire pit will be gravel, and then the stone path will also come off of that access to the fire pit and go over to the old historic smokehouse that's been reconstructed.
Okay.
And then maybe we talk through the site-specific stuff, the hardscape first, and then we can talk about the lighting for the house afterwards.
Is that okay with staff? You guys want to do that? Okay, let's do that. Let's talk hardscape. We'll come back to the lighting. And Emily, just to correct Jason, she's not Amanda anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry, Emily, I'm sorry.
Amanda was here a long time.
Emily, I'm sorry. Did that multiple times.
Okay.
No big deal. We grinned at each other every time. Like, all right, let's hear from Emily. Thank you.
So for the fencing that is proposed on the side of the mansion, it entails connecting the 4-board horse fencing along the street to in front of the house with the same style of fence. The fence will then reconnect to the existing metal gate on Glass Lane that has been relocated and shifted into the site and then wrapped to the rear of the building to connect to the other fencing near the retaining wall. When the fencing begins at the Glass Lane gate, wire fencing will be installed behind the horse fencing. And there is a photo that has been included in this packet. I'll zoom in for us. That's what it looks like. And per the zoning ordinance, because it was vested in an older version of the zoning ordinance, this type of fencing is not permitted in the area as it is not zoned ag. The use of horse fencing is seen along the perimeter of the entire property, which is on Boyd Mill Avenue, Glass Lane, and Highway 96. The use of horse fencing is not an appropriate style or height for the mansion per the guidelines recommendation. Additionally, wire-backed horse fencing is not a code-compliant pool barrier either. For the other fencing that is proposed on the site, it was shown as purple here. It's going to be around the clipping garden to the left, and then another piece is going to be kind of connected between the existing building and the garage. And the existing photo is on the screen. And so the reuse of the cast iron fencing is appropriate on the site as it was existing. It is placed in traditional front yard area, appears lower or right at the height recommendation of the guidelines, and utilizes an appropriate material and design for the building. For the landscape and hardscape, multiple different proposals for the hardscape around the building is proposed. The driveway and area shown as the clipping garden will utilize gravel, which is the material that was previously there. It is unknown what color the gravel will be. To the right of the main historic form of the mansion, a brick patio is shown. An existing brick walkway was original to the building. Around the garage accessory structure, a top-cast concrete with gray stone decorative border is proposed. Concrete will also be seen behind the building and in a different pattern around the pool. The guidelines recommend using durable materials that were historically typical for driveways, such as gravel, concrete, bricks, and asphalt. And then behind the house, a fire pit and walkway to the smokehouse will utilize a stone garden path with pea gravel and stepping stones. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's start with Brian this time. Or do you need a minute?
I think I need a minute.
Okay. Mary?
The first thing that jumps out at me when I look at this is the size of this concrete pad. I think it's a lot of competition, and I don't have a solution right now, but I think it's going to look very hard, and
You're talking about in front of the carriage house.
yes,
Okay.
in front of the carriage house. If you look at it, it's bigger than the carriage house. So I don't know what the needs are of the property owner, but I think something needs to happen to make that not read so much like a parking lot in front of the mansion.
Okay.
The front facade, I should say, of the historic material.
Mm-hmm.
I think the brick I'm good with, the gravel, good with. I think at some point, I'm a little confused about where the fencing's going, but at some point, I do think historic iron fencing would be very appropriate with the house. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Holly, any thoughts?
What's the deal with the wire behind the horse fence, like around the pool? Is there, what, I mean, I don't think that's even our choice anyway, because I don't think, what codes will allow that kind of pool fence, but what's the reasoning for the?
Well, we may need to check with codes. It was our understanding that that was a permitted fencing type. We've seen it in other applications around the city, but we'll have to double check that. The intent behind that was to minimize having redundant fences. We're going to have a fence. This fence is along the back property line, and it was our choice to just have that and let that serve as the pool enclosure and not have a secondary fence inside of there around the pool. Sounds like we may need to check with codes just to make sure that that's a viable option.
Yeah, I think staff mentioned a zoning issue because it doesn't, the 2016 zoning that this is vested in, it was not an approved type, and it, according to, and I suppose you all heard from BNS that it's not a pool enclosure.
Right, and we will provide those exact comments to the applicant
Okay.
in our DRC recap, but there are certain requirements for a pool barrier. It has to have like certain amount of inches between the bars and that sort of thing, but
Sure.
As it is an existing, a horse fencing with wire backing doesn't meet that requirement.
Okay. Did you have something? Yeah, come on up. Hit, there's a mic here, there, everywhere.
Jared Carter with Codes. So the problem is it's climbable on the outside of it. If you switch that, the inside to be on the outside, it wouldn't be as climbable. So if you zoom in on that bottom picture, so the horse board is still climbable that way, but if you flip it to where it's on the outside, the problem is the zoning ordinance does not allow that.
Gotcha.
So just to clarify, and then we can go over the codes later after this as well if
Okay.
you want to meet up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And to Mary's point, it might be more appropriate to just have an iron fence or something of the like that is that enclosure and fence. Okay. Did you have anything else, Holly?
I guess just the gravel, it sounds like that's actually okay, but I didn't think gravel would be like a super historic option for something like that. Is that, I guess it's okay, or?
That material is supported by the guidelines, and that was there previously, so it is appropriate. We would just need kind of details on, what it's going to look like, the color of it, those sorts of things.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Brian, are we waiting for you?
Well, I'm just kind of thinking about Mary's comment about the concrete parking. The only suggestion because you've got to have a way to pull out of your garage and then turn around, and I know that's part of what this is about. But if you were to lose part of your concrete pad, what I'm going to say on the left side where the stairs, it was like there's stairs that go up into the building, and have just a walkway to that, I mean, that would help minimize that concrete pad. And you'd still be able to pull out and I guess to the left to get out.
Yeah, I know the owners have some children that drive, so the need to have a couple of extra parking spots for kids and their friends was something that was desirable. And then, I know my clients, and we probably all had experience with turning maneuvers in front of a garage there. There's just so many movements. We looked at doing gravel there, but it would just be a nightmare to kind of keep it up and tidy. So the idea was there, it's about 45 feet from the garage doors back is how far that concrete apron was, and that was all driven just by maneuverability of an SUV coming and going, turning in and out of that garage. But to your point, that area to the left was shown for some guest parking, but we can maybe look at another option on that.
Yeah, that might help minimize that, or a different type of material.
Yeah.
And you don't want to create a parking lot in front of the house either. Anyway, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Madeline, anything?
A couple of things. So what if it was the reverse? Instead of the parking area by the stairs, what if it was the right side that was minimized? It doesn't, I guess you could park there, but it looks shorter than the left side.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that would be a place to downsize. And then it would pull it away from the fence a bit as well.
Yeah. We could look at those dimensions. I feel like there needs to be some kind of flare out there. So if you're in that right-hand side garage, to be able to get out and back in and turn, but there may be a little bit we can pull off of there.
Mm-hmm. And then as far as the driveway, the picture that you showed, are y'all going to have the brick border like that?
No, there will not be no
It would
brick
just be
border.
concrete?
Yeah, just concrete.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then the other thing I was thinking about what Mary said too about, did you say something about the fire pit size of the fire pit or just the parking area? Oh, okay, okay.
I was talking about,
The
I don't
parking.
think we've ever approved a big parking area in front of the historic home, ever. Excuse me. My thing's not
I hear
on.
you.
I don't think we've ever approved something like that. The more I'm looking at it, if it could be cut down with brick, I know a lot of us live with backing in and out, just straight back of a garage.
Okay. Anything else, Madeline?
I guess just for you guys, the fencing between the lake pond and the house, the pool, that's what's not meeting codes?
Right, it's the
Okay.
use of the fence and with that wire-backed fence. If it was in a newer zoning ordinance, that combination could be permitted, but not for pool barrier requirements.
And how did that tie into the guidelines too?
So whenever it was vested and it was approved, it was a development plan, I think. And so that means that at the time, if it's the zoning ordinance, design guidelines, at that time, it becomes, I hate to use the word vested again, it becomes entitled. And
Okay.
so you just use those documents.
Understood. Thank you. Okay.
Bob?
On the motor court, to the left, is that a retaining wall?
Yes, that's an existing brick retaining wall.
Okay. And my other comment, as my fellow commissioners, I think I'm not as concerned with the width of it as I am the depth of it. I mean, that's a massive amount of concrete. And is it going to be a decorative concrete, or is it just going to be plain
Yeah.
concrete?
It's going to be, the method was going to be a top cast concrete, which is, for lack of better terms, it's kind of a fancy way to do exposed aggregate. It doesn't have the texture of an exposed aggregate, but it does bring some of those granular materials to the surface and kind of gives it more of a tan buff, refined finish.
It seems like just a massive area for parking. And also, as others said, maybe shifting it a little away from the house to the right and not having as much of it when you drive in to the left. And I know that's going to be closer for people to park and go up the steps, but I think just from looking at it from this plan, it just seems like it's just such a massive amount of material close to the historic house.
My client's present this evening, so we'll certainly go back and look at some of these options. I don't want to speak for them, but just throwing out some ideas. Would something like some Hollywood runner strips for some parking spots and some ground cover landscape kind of soften that up? I think it's important to maintain those parking spots, but I can't argue with the amount of concrete there too. There may be a way to do that and soften it up with landscaping.
Well, my suggestion would be brick would soften it.
Okay.
Because then it can read more like a patio, an entertaining
patio.
area or something. So brick would be one of my suggestions.
Okay. Bob, did you have anything else?
I didn't.
Okay.
Thanks.
Brian, you look like you might have had a
Well,
thought
it's
there.
just a thought. I've been to historic museum houses where they had a pierced brick look that had a decorative, and they'd either filled it up with pea gravel or grass could grow through it, and it provided a great parking spot, but at the same time you had green if you had grass. And I just thought it was a good idea
Okay.
at the time.
Yeah.
So something worth exploring.
We'll explore it.
Yeah, I think a couple things. There's always been a motor court in this location, but it's not been this, certainly. And I think Mary's right. We probably have never approved parking in the front, but it's been there. I can kind of concede to that idea, certainly. I think it's helpful that this is downgrade a good bit. That's why that retaining wall's there. So I think when you're on William Campbell Court, your perspective of the actual pad is not going to be that acute as it looks like in the plan view. Glass Lane, I'm not so sure. That depends how much of the landscaping is grown in or not. It's kind of a toss up there. I do think it's pretty generous. So we've got the concrete pad part, which is this kind of lighter cream color, and then we've got the gravel out in front of it. And when you think about those things in combination, I mean, what is that, 70 feet from the very lowest point of the gravel part that curves all the way to the garage. It's a lot. I go back to what little I know about planning parking lots and things. I think a 28-foot aisle is like you go to Walmart and the aisle between cars is 28 feet, and no homeowner wants to take that much care to get out if they don't have to. So I'm not advocating for something that tight, but I think you said it's like 40 feet or something deep. Maybe that can be culled back some. So I think there's a combination of look at the size, even this gravel part that's in front of the concrete parking pad adds to kind of what's going to be the visual mass of parking area, even though I know they're different. One is intended to cut tires and one's not. But look at the size, and then I agree the materiality is probably important, and it could be that, you've got these ears that are on each side. If you really need those, maybe those are a paver of some sort, or a stone or a brick, and then you've got your kind of concrete mass in the center. I think that could be appealing and just cut down on the visual effect. But I think the pad in conjunction with the depth of the driveway there, that road portion that passes by, it just looks like a whole lot. So look at materials, look at the scale and layout of all that. I think it could be improved. Brian?
Yeah, one question to piggyback off of what Tyler said. What is where you're retaining wall to the concrete pad, what is the topographical change there? I mean, how much lower is that than what you're showing as the main lawn?
I'll get some good photos for you and some dimensions for the next meeting, but I think Tyler did bring up a good point. I think it's probably 3 to 4 feet lower than that retaining wall. So I really feel like as you come down William Campbell Court to the front of Magnolia Hall, you won't really see that parking with the existing landscaping that's already there, plus the new landscaping and that existing wall. That aside, I mean, I think we could probably scale back this concrete area a little bit, but yeah, that 3 to 4 foot wall there conceals much of this area.
Okay.
And then the last thing I wanted to add too is we're kind of working with this existing driveway coming off of Glass Lane, so that's where those gates are. Before there was just a sea of gravel through there, and it just kind of blended and went up toward the front of Magnolia Hall and then down to Boyd Mill. We're following some of those patterns. We're just trying to tidy it up quite a bit, and just we scaled it back quite a bit from what it was originally.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and in regards to all the other elements here, I think the iron fencing felt appropriate. Glad you're reusing part of it. There's not enough to reuse to go around the clipping garden, right? That will be new.
That will be that will be existing. That will be the repurposed.
Okay.
Around.
Okay. So there's enough to do.
Yes.
The gate between carriage house and house, and
Well,
enough to do clipping garden.
We need to double check now if the pool enclosure, the 4-board fence for the pool enclosure, we may have to revisit that a little bit.
Okay,
To
okay.
make sure we have enough for the clipping garden.
Materials for walks and the other kind of hardscapes seem appropriate within the guidelines too. Anything else, anybody?
What was the feedback from you guys about the gate off the driveway, where that little courtyard is?
Which, the roundabout?
No, where the iron gate that would go right in front of the motor court, where it's purple there, that
Oh, the
smaller
purple?
section.
I think they were saying it's a reused section of iron gate that exists on site already.
Oh,
They're
it's already there?
relocating it.
Yeah, got it.
Relocating it to this spot.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else, Jason?
Just the second part of our application regarding the
Oh,
exterior lighting
lighting.
fixtures.
Yeah,
for-
we need to go back to that. Thank you. Let's see what we've got here.
So these are the various selections for the exterior lighting fixtures that the owners have selected, and then there's an exhibit showing the various elevations of the home and where these would be located. There's a couple of gas fixtures on the front and some matching electric lanterns on the side porch, and then the other electric fixtures are over on the carriage house.
Okay, let's hear from staff on their feedback on these. I think Emily did that staff work as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see, we're getting it pulled up so you can see side by side for us. So for the exterior lighting, the guidelines recommend that if new lights are needed, to use simple fixtures that are appropriate to the scale of the house and constructed of historically prevalent materials, and to avoid ornate carriage lights or fixtures reflective of the 18th century. Place new fixtures in the porch ceiling or adjacent to main entrances on exterior walls. The use of gas lanterns on Magnolia Hall is appropriate as the house was built during the time period when gas lanterns were commonly used to illuminate the exterior of the building. Additionally, there are photos that are circa 1974 showing a large gas fixture on the front of the building. It is unknown whether that fixture was original. Around the front entrance of the building, it is proposed to have a mix of gas lanterns and electric fixtures. The electric fixtures appear to have an Art Deco appearance to them. This style of fixture would have been popular around the 1920s and 30s, which is a departure from the building's original 1840 construction date. The use of these fixtures may be appropriate on the rear of the building where newer connecting pieces are located. And so I have the 1974 image for us. So here is the 1974 image that you can see the gas lantern above the entrance on the front facade. And then it was brought up earlier, the picket fencing that was in front of Magnolia Hall, and I just wanted to bring that up since we discussed it earlier. But you don't see, I'm not sure what date this is from, but it doesn't have the fixture above the entrance. So just wanted to share that.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. All right, so Jason, if you'll just quickly run us through the yellow dots, just so everybody's really clear of what's going where. I've had the opportunity to look at all this ahead of time, but everybody else might not have. So if you'll
Sure.
just run us through real quick exactly what's going where.
So on the first sheet, A300, it shows the front and rear elevation. We'll start up top with the front elevation. On the first floor, on either side, there are the electric sconces labeled D on either side of the front door.
Okay.
And then above the front door will be the gas lantern B, which was similar to what was in that photo. And I'll also maybe mention too that the original gas lines were found out to this fixture to where that had been removed and replaced with electric over the past several years. On the second story porch would be 2 additional gas lanterns on either side, which are lantern C. The breezeway that connects the main house over to the carriage house will have a flush mount light under that breezeway, which is item E. And then lanterns C, again, there'll be 4 of those at the carriage house on either side of those doors.
And are those, the C says that the garage is electric, but the
Those are
upstairs
electric.
is
Yeah,
gas.
those
Okay.
those are electric. That's correct.
Okay.
And then dropping down to the rear elevation, these pendants that are outside of the little breezeway by the pool will be hanging down. There's 3 of those in between those columns on the rear of the home. And if you turn to the next page on A303. This is, I guess, the west side facing William Campbell Court. There will be 2 of the electric lanterns, item A, on either side of the door there.
Okay. I think that's all of them.
That's all of them.
All right. Let's hear some comments. Bob, do you have anything?
I could not support D or F. I don't think they're appropriate for this style of home and age. The rest, I think, would work. That's a lot of lighting on the front, having 5 different fixtures, but it's more the D and F pieces of lighting that I have an issue with.
Okay. Thank you. Madeline?
I agree with what he said, and I think it'd be good too, just to understand the proportions better, if at the next meeting, if y'all could pull the spec sheets to show the overall height and width dimensions of it, so that we can get an idea of those proportions. Oh, there they are.
I think they did submit those.
Did I?
Might be good to see on the elevations have the
That would be
fixtures
good
on
too.
there
Okay.
to scale. If, I think for this meeting, this is a good, appropriate level of detail. But if we're going to approve something, it's probably good to see it, like, how big is this
Yeah,
in real life?
and scale to the house.
That's right, yeah.
Right.
Okay, keep going.
I think that's it. I think that, with DNF, maybe going a little more simple would probably fit better. These are pretty ornate and Art Deco, as they mentioned. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
So B, is there a fixture currently hanging from the porch like we see in the 1970s photograph, 70s or 80s photograph?
I'm sure there's not now. I think everything was removed prior to the renovation. Scott is here with me. He may be able to speak to if there was a fixture there whenever those were. I know there were sconces around all of the doors. There's those old Gothic sconces were taken down. I'm not sure if there was a fixture where B is or not.
And you,
Come on up and let us know your name. Let us know your name first and turn the mic on, and then feel free to share anything you want.
I'm Scott Jones. I'm the owner of the property.
Okay.
and do you want to elaborate more about what you were just saying when you came over?
You'd ask if we had lanterns or lights that came off the house. We've had, obviously, what was on the house, we've taken off. The ones that could be reused, we're going to try to reuse where we can, repurpose. Everything at the house that we can repurpose, we're trying to do it. Fencing, lighting, inside and out. The problem with the exterior is the lighting was just all over the place. Okay, so, and we could put some of that back, and I don't think you'd want that. There's pieces of it that look Gothic. I don't think we want that. So we really tried to pick lighting that would fit the architecture and the period of time, all the way around. Size matters, entrance matters, size of doors, elevation of the home, everything. So we do have the lantern because we were going to try to repurpose that, and we were unable to. But we didn't want to get rid of it. We still have it. So, and if you look at the one picture that's back in the 70s, you'll see the lanterns, the electrical on the post at the front, on either side, on those right next to the iron gate. There's lanterns right there on either side there as well. We still have those, and we're going to repurpose those. So we're trying to keep that feel and that look as best we can, because that's all we have with the pictures and what the house looked like to begin with. The lantern, it's a lantern style on the front porch as well. And the ones that are on the upper level were Gothic style, but they were lanterns. So But we can bring that in, but it's going to look very similar to the one that we have chosen that we feel like is the closest fit on the front porch.
Well, I think our guidelines would support gas lanterns. And if you want to replace those with what someone else did in the past, probably the pretty recent past, when I say recent, 40 years ago, you know, I do agree with staff and my other commissioners here on D. So D on each side of the door, that's more of the Art Nouveau. I consider that more of an Art Nouveau type fixture that's electric. I'm wondering if you wouldn't be better off just with B, your hanging fixture, and then do your two that are C at the top. But I do want to ask you on B, if I look at the schematics correctly, it looks like that's about 37 inches. Is that actually 37 inches in height? That's what it appears to be on the...
Pretty close. That's a tall porch.
And then for C, I'm assuming those goose arm ones, or gooseneck, are either 25 or 32 inches in height.
Old versus the C fixture,
The C fixture.
and the one that was on there before is the exact same, just it's a Gothic look.
It kind of had,
Long neck to it.
if I remember right, it kind of had like an arm hanging down on it, and
It did.
yeah, it was a little more compact from that standpoint, although it was long.
See it in that picture right there.
So I'm curious too about where the gas connections are. Are there gas connections at D? Or would you have to put electrical there?
They were gas. We had to reinstall all new gas lines, as you can imagine. But they had been converted to electric. So we can go all electric.
Well, I'm just asking where D is concerned, because in the historic photographs, I don't really see, and I say historic, within recent memory photographs, I don't see fixtures on each side of the door. Downstairs on the first level.
Yes, downstairs on the first level, there were not.
And that's what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
sorry. I thought you were talking up. No, and all we're trying to do is get some light on the porch. So if you go gas, I don't know if you guys have gas lights on your front porch. There's not a lot of light there, okay? And so we wanted some light for safety reasons, you know, with wife and the kids, because we're going to live there, on the front porch rather than just one gas lantern.
Well, maybe consider then, you know, another type of fixture that might go
Okay.
with the style of the house. But you know, in the 1840s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, there were no gas. You could not hook up to gas in Franklin.
No, I know. That's why I said we had what do they use, candles or what? I mean, I get it, okay? So we're
Right.
trying to keep as best we can.
No, it's good. I'm not criticizing.
And we've got, you know, a designer that's trying to help us keep it within that time frame as best we can as well. So, but, you know, if gas is a problem, we can go electric across the board.
I don't think gas is the problem. I don't even think electric is. It's just that the style of D
On those
really
two-
doesn't go with the house.
And we'll talk, but we might just drop those. And that'll fix that problem. Right?
Okay.
So, yeah. But I hear where you're coming from, so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, and I was looking at the specs for that hanging lantern. It's 37, but that includes the yoke,
Right.
the whole.
But there was also one
Yoke,
that
yeah.
was 25.
Yeah.
Same style.
One
Yeah.
other thing too, on the, right, real quick on the wrought iron fencing, the one that we're trying to repurpose to use for the clipping garden, that came from the pool. She had that around the pool, and there was a hedge on the outside of it that was overgrown, and so we didn't want to lose it. Now, but that's what, I don't know if she used that to meet the guidelines at the time or what, but it's just decorative purposes or whatever, but it was around the pool. So we're
Okay.
trying to use that somewhere else if we can, but if not, if we don't feel like it's going to feel right in this, you know, in a specific area, then we won't use it. We're just
Okay.
trying to repurpose if we can.
Mary, anything?
I think the idea to bring something that shows the scale would be great. You saying to drop them on either side of the front door, maybe, because you can't underestimate the light that's going to spill out of the windows to give some light on the front. And then as you go to the garage, simplifying, and I think if those were maybe electric, that
They
would be
were.
great.
Yeah, I think
They
that's
were
the
electric,
proposal.
and
Yeah.
that's what we're going back with. is
To electric, yes.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yes, thank you.
Thank you. Holly, anything?
Just one comment. If I agree that having on the front porch on the bottom, having the hanging big lantern and two on the sides would be a little bit much as far as like volume of things. But I understand the light situation. So wondering if there's another option if you do like a large hanging lantern, if you could do any sort of recessed lighting anywhere in the ceiling or something, so you could get the light, but without having like a ton of things there. I don't know if that's a guidelines thing or not, having staff. I don't know if recessed lighting is any sort of guidelines related thing or if it's optional or.
I'll have to look into it. This is in the old one, so I'll just have to double check on that.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I was queuing off of what Holly was saying. I keep wondering if there's landscape lighting of any sort that might go in that, you know, starts to wash the building a little bit and provide some of that more consistent light across the building and the grounds and all that. I could imagine the columns having little uplights or something, and then now your porch has some electric light so you can actually see something. Because a candle light, you know, 10 feet up is, that's
Right.
it, man, it sure looks good.
Yeah, well, and so, I mean, I think, I know what you're right. I think, you know, at the end of the day, we wouldn't have a problem just losing those two lights,
Yeah.
to
But
make it simple.
Yeah, I agree.
So-
The kind of Art Nouveau, that kind of leaf escutcheon and all that is sort of a different period. I'm not, you know, as it comes to lighting and things that can be swapped out from owner to owner, I mean, they just seem a little less permanent to me. It's like, well, if the next person who owned this house thought that it ruined it, well, that's pretty easy to change out. When we talk about things that are really inherent to the building, like, you know, brick and stone and things that are so permanent, I tend to put a little more weight on those things. But, you know, our guidelines speak to just being appropriate for the age of the building. So anything else, anybody?
Well, I would totally agree with what you say, but when you start putting them where they never were, that is a little
Yeah.
more permanent when you're, you know, going into the brick. But like on the back of the house, if that's what, you know, if one of those drops, I don't see that it does harm. I
Sure.
agree.
Brian, you had something?
And you know what you're showing in E, which for porches, for this style house, to put a can light on your porch, I mean, that's just kind of, I wouldn't be for that. But this E, I think something more like that's what you saw on porches all over town
Yeah.
when they went to electricity.
Yeah, I agree.
So then you've kind of got the mix of
I
the
agree.
gas and electricity.
Yeah. Isn't it breezeway, I mean, just that walkway between the garage and the...
But I'm talking about the front porch where you're wanting more light.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's where I'm mentioning that. You could get more light that way.
But not in place of the lantern, just maybe flanking either side
Yeah.
of the lantern.
That's
Yeah.
right, not in
Right.
place,
To get rid of.
when you
D.
need it.
Yeah.
To get rid of
Yeah.
D.
And I'm a fan of Art Nouveau. So I don't have any problem with Art Nouveau, it's just with this style of house.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to move on to the next
you.
item. Appreciate it. All right. Item number 4, discussion of addition, principal, and alterations, principal and accessory at 106 Winslow Road. Stephen Meyer? Come on up.
And staff. I'm Steve Marr. My wife at the end of the table, Nancy Marr, we're the owners of the property. Chris Wiseman is residential architect that's assisting us with the project. So we bought Winslow, 106 Winslow, a couple of years ago. Since that time, we've been studying the property, living in it. The family members live in the property. Focusing our scope that we're bringing to you after a couple of years of considering different things, and with since our meeting with the staff that directed us to avoid a couple of areas. What we have settled on to present is a level of TLC, some deferred maintenance, mostly in-kind replacement of shingles, gutters, paint, trim, framing, wood, that sort of thing on the exterior that's beginning to deteriorate. We want to modify the interior, the kitchen, a couple of rooms, minor interiors that would not have any effect on the exterior, but we are interested in building out the attic, which has been in place since about 1975 when the back of the house was added onto. So we're going to open that volume up, make it a livable space, which then generates a need for headroom, which results in dormers. So that's one of the things that we're going to present to you. There is a screen porch on the left face, the west side of the building, which you can see in some of these images here. It is in very poor disrepair currently, and we just don't believe that it's going to have to be so extensively modified that we don't believe that it's a appropriate shape and size for this era of house. It was approved years and years ago. In 2008, I believe it was, the COA came through. So it was, I don't know what was presented, but what was built is in disrepair, needs to be modified. The last scope element is the accessory dwelling space, garage. We've gone back as far as we can. There's some question about whether or not it was actually formally registered as an accessory dwelling, but we've gone back as far as we can, and the way the property is built with the windows and the doorways, we believe that the bathroom and that small space, which was probably a bedroom, was there when it was built in 35. We have an old image from 1950, which was an aerial that staff provided to us that shows that property in its current form. So what we're interested in doing is taking off the metal garage doors and replacing those with some custom wood doors with light, and then utilizing that space as a livable area. So that's the primary focus of our work at this point. We looked at fixing the issue that we have at the front door, which is two gables next to each other that creates a problem with drainage. The stoop and the door and the tuck pointing and the stone is coming apart. We'll just have to make sure that we maintain the gutters and find drainage there. We understand that's going to be a difficult ask to modify that, but we have a couple of ideas that we looked at. I'd be interested in your opinion of this, but we've settled on the approach of this house. The guiding style would be a Cotswold cottage style that takes some cues from Tudor design, but it was the time frame 1935, that was a style that was prevalent. And we feel like that's the direction we should go with some of the detailing, part of which is simple details such as we will replace the cornice in kind. With light fixtures, we just heard a conversation about different types of light fixtures. We need to replace exterior fixtures, particularly on the front porch there. Add a chimney pot, because with the addition, the chimney was never actually lifted up high enough, so we have an issue with the height relative to the most adjacent roof line. So we need to raise that up somewhat. We don't think that we'd be able to match the stones. We think the easiest way would just be to put a short chimney pot. We're also adding fencing, as you can see from the site plan. Thank you, Emily. That was, we're pushing the fencing back 20 feet from the front facade so that we're able to go higher. What we're proposing right now on either side of the house is lower fencing until we get around to the perimeter. We are fortunate to have about a 7-foot wall on our west side down at the bottom of the page that exists. It's as you can see, the property line is just over the property line. For all intent and purposes, that's our side of the wall. So we can tie into that. It wraps around partially in the back, and then it opens up to that commercial property that is just beyond, so we'll need to fence that with the highest fence possible, 7 feet, to get a privacy area back there. We're trying to develop, we're not showing anything landscaping-wise right now because most of what we're hoping to accomplish is going to be behind those fencing areas. In the back parcel there where you see the yellow with the patio porch, covered porch that we're adding, we're punching through that stone wall there to add to extend that living space into that back private area of that property. You know, we're close to the Franklin Road interchange at Winslow. And it's, you know, it's a lot of traffic, so we're trying to create somewhat of an enclave without exceeding what's allowed by the guidelines. So happy to address any
Okay.
questions.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I think Elizabeth may have some comments for us.
Actually, I do.
Okay. Thank you, Emily.
So I'll start with the screen porch replacement. I think that this is a really helpful image to look at. So it's proposed to remove the existing screened-in porch that is seen on the left elevation, which did receive a COA in 2008, and replace it with an updated screened-in porch. The length of the porch is decreasing, but the height and the width are increasing as well. The roof pitch does match the existing roof pitch and appears subordinate to the existing building. The guidelines recommend place additions in subordinate areas at the rear of the building or on an obscured facade not readily visible from the street in order to minimize its impact. Design the massing scale and proportions to be subordinate to the historic building. If a rear addition is not feasible, an addition on the side facade may be appropriate when it is properly designed to complement the original building without overpowering it. An addition on the side facade should be set back from the historic forms and avoid alteration to or distraction from character-defining historic features. Design the length of an addition to be subordinate to that of the historic building, and the width of the side addition should not exceed 1/3 of the width of the front facade of the existing building. Design new porches and stoops to rear or side facades with minimal visibility, and design screened or glass porches with a minimum number of vertical and horizontal framing members needed to support the screening. The existing front elevation is approximately 37 feet wide without including the 2008 porch, and the proposed porch will be 10 feet wide. So moving to the rear and side dormer proposal. So you can kind of look at it on this elevation, kind of a bird's eye view of it, but I think that this is a really helpful image in kind of understanding the dormers proposal as they are superimposed on this image. There's one here on the right-hand elevation of the building, and then one here on the left-hand elevation of the building, and the rendering of how the redesigned screened-in porches on this as well. So they are set back on the 1975 portion of the addition of the building. And a more expansive dormer on the left elevation was submitted to staff this afternoon and has not been thoroughly reviewed in accordance with the guidelines, but a similar proposal for the installation of dormers in 2014 was approved on the left elevation, and the commission denied the right elevation placement of a dormer due to its high visibility from Winslow Road. The scale of the approved dormer, which was never constructed, spanned nearly the entire side of the building. These dormers that are proposed are much smaller in scale than what was previously proposed and approved. The guidelines recommend placing dormers on additions in locations with obscured visibility from the facade or street. Size and locate dormers on the addition, and relate the style, scale, and proportion of the dormer windows to the windows on lower floors. The left dormer appears appropriate, but the right dormer will be highly visible from the right-of-way. Going to the garage door replacement, you can see it on this image. The existing garage doors are simple in design and utilize two very small window openings near the tops of the doors. It's proposed to utilize a similar design that is seen on Winslow Road for the doors on the garage. Its proposed window light pattern blends with the pattern on the existing principal building, but it is unknown if the existing doors are historic or not. The guidelines recommend designing doors and doorways to an addition to read as secondary in appearance and detailing the historic building, and use traditional materials with appearances similar to the doors on the historic building. For the let's see, wrong button. We can set it on this page. For the new rear door, covered porch, and breezeway, a new rear door, covered porch, and breezeway are proposed on the rear of the building. The previous COA from 2014 did approve of this alteration, but they were never constructed. These alterations are tucked behind the building and will have limited visibility from Winslow Road, and they generally meet the guidelines recommendation. I did want to provide just some preliminary feedback since it was on the plan for the front door stoop alterations. It's seen on this page, kind of at the bottom of the page. The applicants have intended that the water has been deteriorating the front porch stoop, and they would like to install a small covering over the entrance of the building. It appears that the roof covering would match in pitch and detailing of the existing building. The guidelines do recommend preserve and maintain the location and configuration of original porches, stoops, and portico-shares, and avoid adding architectural features that are not original to the historic porch. For the rear yard fencing, it appears to align with the guidelines, and it could be administratively approved by staff. And there were several miscellaneous things within this proposal, such as front porch lighting, alteration of the material above the bay window, installation of a chimney pot, the rear window replacement, and reconfiguration of the left elevation basement entrance. And so, as the building was constructed circa 1936, the electric lighting fixtures would have been utilized and are recommended by the guidelines. It is proposed to replace the metal roof above the box bay window with copper. This is seen on a neighboring building and is close to an in-kind replacement in appearance once it has been patinaed, and it is just a change in material as the existing metal is dark in color. On the rear of the building, it is proposed to remove the 1975 windows and replace them with wood windows that match the window profiles on the existing building. This appears to be supported by the guidelines. On the right elevation, there is an exterior entrance to the basement on the 1975 portion of the building. It's proposed to enclose the entrance and utilize siding and a door. This entrance will not be seen from the street and will help with the overall preservation of the building by keeping water and other elements away from the basement. And the other exterior restoration work that includes, repointing the existing stone stoops, repairing and replacing damaged wood trim around the building, and replacing and repairing the gutters on the building. All of these items are appropriate and are encouraged to preserve the building. And we just wanted to note that there were several project considerations that were left from our colleagues in our Building and Neighborhood Services that we'll provide the applicant when we send out the DRC recaps.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. All right, there's a lot to talk about here. We can. Let's talk about the screen porch first. Anybody want to comment on that? We'll just take volunteers. If I hear none, I'll talk and then we'll move on. Anything?
So
Brian?
Emily, can you bring up the screen porch on our viewer?
So this is what it is proposed to be. And I will get to this image and I'll zoom in for us just so we can look at it. See if I can get this to go away. Okay.
And it's in the same location. It's on the side, the left side of the house. It's just, it's the footprint is getting smaller, except the roof now, the pitch will match the pitch on the house, rather than the low sloped roof of that other.
Right, and the width of it, it comes out a little bit more in the driveway, but it is getting it off the corner of the building, and it is revealing a window that was once enclosed, so now it is exposing it.
I think it'll be a nice addition to the house. So that's my comment on the
Okay.
porch.
Thank you. Anybody else on the porch?
I agree.
Madeline? Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree with that. I like that it's pulled off the corner. I think your elevations do a good job, even better than the rendering, of just kind of showing the amount of detailing we would expect for kind of a porch with the columns and porch rack and all the little things that are hard to model in 3D but look really good on the drawings. Okay. Let's give them some quick feedback on the front door. I know it was just a discussion, but does anybody have any thoughts on either the proposed, there's a couple different versions there. Anything you guys think about that?
The one that says discussed, but not in the current scope,
With the gable on the front?
this one.
Oh, okay.
Shed roof.
The shed?
That-
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that would not be my choice. I think there might be a light touch of some kind of metal awning that would tie in with the period of the house.
Okay. Anybody else? Brian?
Yeah, well, I think it's tasteful. I think it works with the house. The part that we have to fall back on is the guidelines. And so it's a real tough sell because of the guidelines and changing the front. But if you could do something with an awning to accomplish something that might help you with water, shedding water, or helping with that entrance, that would be good. But tastefully, I mean, that, to me, that works with that architecture of the house.
Yeah, exactly what Brian said is basically what was running through my mind is it's really tough to think that we would really change the front look of the house a lot. I mean, with that, and not that it's not appealing. I keep wondering if I'm looking at the sketched version there, specifically the side view. If that particular roof were a hip, is what it is today. It's a little hip roof. I'm not sure everybody else feels, but I think if you could elongate the overhang of the hip, so almost like what you've shown here, but maybe no bracket, which adds ornamentation, but it's just a deeper overhang with the same hip. I don't think at that point it's materially changing the overall look of the house as much as this does, but it provides you with at least, 24-inch overhang or something, which would be a lot of overhang, but now you've accomplished keeping the water off the door, and even then the guidelines may not even support that because it still is a change. I think guidelines do talk about canopies and awnings and things.
Mm-hmm.
So, but there's literally no space between the top of the door and the gutter. It's
I've been looking just because of a need I had for, and by the way, I was looking at the one that said discuss not in current scope.
Sure,
When I
yeah.
was making my comments. But I have been looking at awnings recently where they don't require much space. There's a few. I don't really have a problem with this other.
I think it's really pretty, but it definitely
rendering.
makes it look different.
It does
The gable
make
face
it
is,
it makes it look different, but
yeah.
it doesn't look like, I think it looks sympathetic to the style of the house.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to the dormers. So there's two dormers proposed, one on the left side of the 1975 edition, which is mostly tucked behind, and then one that's on the right side of the 1975 edition, which is shares a roof plane with the historic structure. Anybody have thoughts on that?
I just had a question. And can you see that one from the front of the house, that kind of back dormer? The one that's kind of, yeah, that one right there.
You cannot see that front, standing at the front, beyond the front. That section of roof steps back slightly from that plane that you see with the old dormer on it.
Okay.
So you can't see
Yeah, I think if you can't see it from the front, I think it would be okay, but.
Okay. Anybody else? Brian?
I think it's interesting that this house has siding that's parallel to the pitch of the roof. I don't know, is that tongue and groove or is that lap siding?
Lap siding. It's
Just plain lap
like
siding?
center cut, lap siding. I mean, no, I'm sorry, it's not lap siding, it's center cut and flush.
Well, I think it's good that you're keeping the same style.
Absolutely.
I mean, from what I see, it meets the intent of the guidelines. I want to comment too that I think you've done a great job in your submittal, your package. It gives us plenty of photographs, examples of what you want to do. You know, I think that's really helpful to the commission.
Yeah. Helps us have a lot to talk about, which is good. Sometimes it's so nebulous, we're just talking about what could be instead of what you really want. Madeline, did you have comment on anything else there?
I like that in this picture here up on the screen. It also helps that color kind of tying in with the color of the roof helps it disappear as well. But the scale of it looks good. I think it hides behind that other dormer really well. I think it's good.
Good. Yeah, I reviewed again, the architectural drawings, the 2D. I almost would like to see it a little taller, the dormer, the bearing height. The original dormer has, and there's a couple things tied together here, and it has to do with the windows too. I think a shed dormer is appropriate, especially the width you're trying to accomplish, but the windows seem a little squatty. And if every window on this house is a rectangular proportion. It's taller than it is wide, except for the new dormer. So if the dormer got a little bit taller, and maybe and you'll have to look at this, if it went from 3 windows to 2 pairs of windows with a wide mold between, or 2 French casements, something, like I said, every window on the building is a rectangle in portrait mode, and that's the only landscape mode window. So I think the house can handle a little taller dormer, because the roof slope's not much. They're fairly modest, but I think it will help the proportions and get us some windows that are more appropriate for the house. The right side, that's down the property line, I'm not sure how I feel about it yet. The guidelines wouldn't recommend it, but then again, it's towards the back of the house, and it is on an addition that just this year becomes historic, right? It's 50 years today, or whatever. So, in that regard, I'm thinking about the guidelines. I'm like, okay, well, it is visible. It is on an addition. The problem with this addition that was done in 75 is it's so flushed out. If this were a brand new addition, we'd have some offsets. The roof would break a little, and there'd be some delineating line between old and new. We don't really have that. So I'm not sure how everybody else feels about that dormer position, but I don't think it's unattractive. I think it's complementary to the architecture, but it doesn't strictly fall within our guidelines. That's the issue. Anybody? Feel the same? So do with that what you will. Yes.
Do you like it better because everything is all flushed out and you like that sort of like change that the dormer gives?
No,
inside, or no?
I think our guidelines would recommend not having a dormer on that side for those reasons. But I understand the necessity of it. It's giving you some width and headroom upstairs. But because there's no break, it has the potential to kind of change what would be the front silhouette of the house. Now, it's pretty far back. I've talked to staff about this before. There's lots of other jurisdictions that have a 50% rule, which means when you get to halfway back on the house, now you can start doing things on the roof and, houses that are allowed to have side additions, it has to be past that 50% mark. We don't have that in our guidelines, but it's a good rule. It's a good guide on, okay, maybe it's less impactful when you get that far back. So that's, in my mind, there's some rationale for, okay, maybe we could consider this because of its position being so far back on an addition that is just now becoming considered historic. So, Brian?
Just another thought on the windows. So if I understand right, you're talking about maybe even making the dormers a little taller.
Yeah, they're short, especially in comparison to the existing dormer.
Drop the sill down possibly.
Drop the sill. The sill oftentimes has to do with how far back it is off the wall below. There's some guidelines to that.
So we had looked at pulling it out 2 feet, which would get you a 5-foot window, and essentially leaving the head of the window exactly the same, but pulling it out 2 feet would get you full 5-foot windows. We could narrow the windows. Those there, we were basically putting above a bed, so it was kind of a high thing. But yeah, we have looked at that too. I don't know if
One thing I would say about them, though, what they remind me of are single sashes. So rather than having the double put it in, you kind of have more of that look. So, but it's up to you. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that was a good point. And
Yeah.
I'd
Yes, ma'am.
also say, if you would bring the style of gutters when you come, if that's part of,
and just say we're replacing it
Yeah.
with the OG.
Oh, the style of the gutter. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, if those are changing, that'd be nice to see. Okay,
Did
we,
you-
go
did
ahead.
you-
No, it's
Matt?
OG.
Yeah,
Emily,
I don't-
did
I
you
don't think we have a
mention-
choice.
We don't have a choice.
But we can show that. But yeah, it's going to replace with the exact same thing it's got now.
Okay,
That was one of the in-kind replacements, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we talked about dormers, screen porch, the chimney. I can start us on the chimney. If the chimney has to get taller and you need more than a chimney pot will get you, if that's the case. I think for this style of house, it's already got rock on it. If you can't get rock to match, there may be some like limestone details where you could add some bevels and things and gain some height without, exposing a square chimney and then putting a pot on it. And what I want to avoid is, the extension cord of chimneys. If it can look, and I understand not being able to match the historic stone, but there might be like a cut limestone detail or something that could be extended in a way that looks like the Cotswold and
Yeah.
it fits your Tudor house that appropriately. Any thoughts on that, chimney wise?
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I mean it's probably the nicest way to extend it.
so it's just the chimney pot, that's all that's asking to be extended, or actually,
Well, that's what my question was. Is a chimney pot gets you tall enough, and if you go, yeah,
Okay.
if you decide you're 8 inches short with the chimney pot, it's like, well, how do we make up 8 inches? Maybe it's a cut limestone cap of some sort that makes up a little bit of the difference and just doesn't draw a lot of attention to it. So, just an idea.
yeah, for this style of house, a chimney pot would work. But is it part of our guidelines, chimney pots?
Yes, they can utilize one that is, compatible with the architectural style. So I believe the guidelines call out that, clay chimney pots, metal, chimney caps, that sort of thing. It's just to be compatible with the architectural style.
Yeah.
I think it would do it here.
Yeah. I think my main concern is that if you get a chimney pot and they need it 5 feet tall, that might not work. So you might get a 3-foot chimney pot and have to do a little stone work that makes up the delta there.
What are you proposing? I mean, I see it on the drawing, and then I see the photograph.
I think-
The chimney looks taller in the drawing than the photograph.
Yeah. You're hoping the
Yeah,
chimney
and
pot does it,
didn't
right?
Measure how tall the chimney was. so
Okay,
it's just
I got you.
guesswork.
Okay.
You're hoping the chimney pot does it,
Yeah.
and
Exactly.
yeah. So,
We'll have to-
and you might have to get some more info when you come back for a voting meeting. Hopefully, we'll know exactly what we're asking for. And if it's just a chimney pot, great. If it's more than that, we want to just kind of know about it. Chimney, covered porch, talked about fencing. They talked about could probably be COA approved. I think what I've seen looks within the guidelines. Anybody have anything on fencing? Okay, and then garage doors. They're proposing the replacement of those. Did you say they were metal now?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we know how old they are?
I would say 1980 vintage, maybe.
Okay.
If you look at the photograph from 2008, I think those are the same metal doors. They're uninsulated. They're just very simple metal garage doors. They're not historic.
Okay. Any thoughts on the garage doors, anybody?
I think they look appropriate. Are they swing out or do they
No, they're
roll up?
coiling, or they're lifting doors. They
overhead.
don't coil. They just
Overhead.
They're pivoting. Yeah.
Pivoting.
No,
Oh, okay.
They're on a track.
Yeah.
Oh, the new
new
doors.
ones, yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, they would be designed as carriage doors, but it would be unlikely that they would be active. Yeah. We haven't, that's right. We haven't entirely decided if that's going to be the case because part of this is going to be the parking court inside that fence area. So we don't necessarily want to preclude us later using that as a garage. So it may be that they're installed with some sort of mechanism to allow opening, but we would fix them at this point.
Okay. Anybody else? Garage doors?
I had a thought. On the rendering, I guess it's A2 2.1, where you were showing the screened-in porch. The garage there, the scale of the light pattern looks really large. Is this to scale? Are the windows, the light pattern, going to be that large on the garage door?
I think the better example is shown in the elevation of the actual garage itself. I'm not sure
Okay.
if those are the same doors you see. Okay.
Even there, they seem pretty large. The light pattern
The
seems
reason-
pretty large
yeah,
to
and
scale.
The reason is that we were getting some feedback from the planning on the fact that we keep the six lights.
Right.
And that was kind of where we were coming from. And with the width of a 4-foot wide door, even with, I did make the jambs of 6 for the.
That makes sense.
So yeah, it definitely is a wider, I think it's 1 foot tall by, I don't know, 8.5
Okay.
or so inches. 8.5
Okay.
or so inches.
Okay, and then I saw your picture of the carriage door example at Miles Manor. So what we're seeing on option 1 proposed, that's what you're going with, or do you want something more
Well,
like
we had
this?
shown a similar one to that when we went into just a preliminary meeting, and they had said maybe not so many doors. So we took it back from the 4
Oh.
wide
Okay,
to a 2 wide.
understood.
But, we're
Okay.
willing to go a lot of different directions if you have a
Yeah.
recommendation.
The glass patterns seem a little big. I don't know if maybe the actual light band is too long and ought to be shortened up a little. And having 3/3 in my mind maybe isn't as important as just the proportion of the lights kind of corresponding to the house a bit.
Okay.
But there's all varieties out there. I mean, you've got pictures of a bunch of different ones, many of which are very nice. That one's really nice right there. And it's 3/3, but it's got a lot of kind of
It's very squared
more,
off.
yeah. Yeah.
It's just to maximize light in the
Yeah,
space,
fair.
which is
Yeah.
probably not going to be a garage. It's got beautiful wood paneling all inside. We're going to try to maintain it.
Yeah.
And there is a historic garage on Fair Street that has very large windows like that in the door.
Yeah.
So, and it's probably the era. It was probably built around the same time this house was.
Yeah. All right, so we've done garage doors, front door, chimney. Screen porch, dormers, fencing, the covered porch on the rear. Any comments on that? I think it was previously approved but not started, and that was 2014 COA. I don't see any issue with it. It's on the back. I think it's scaled appropriately, detailed appropriately. Anybody else thoughts? No?
I don't, it's not going to have visibility.
No visibility? Okay. Anybody? All right. Any other specific questions we
The
can?
last item is that doorway into the, it's kind of a bulkhead.
Oh, the basement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a mess, you know, with a lot of water gets in there. There's a drain, but heaven knows where it goes because it's below the storm and sanitary, so.
Emily, can you go to
There you go.
D 1.1 shows or a plan view of that. So you guys are planning to just wall that across
Yeah,
and put a door in it. And that's it.
yep.
And it looks like the stairwell sticks out beyond the plane of the addition. Are you going to have to build an L-shaped wall to
We're going to
infill
try to
that?
keep it flush. It does get into a headroom issue, but it's not a required access point to that. We have an
Okay.
interior stair as well, so that's a convenience, basically.
Okay.
We want to maintain it, but you might have to duck slightly, you know, to get down below that space as you go in.
Okay.
But yeah, we're keeping the door, try to keep it flush. We're going to have to look at that edge there and see if we can make that detail work without it creating a tripping hazard.
Okay.
But think more of an exterior bulkhead access point than a doorway to a basement, if that makes sense.
Okay. Anybody? Thoughts on that?
Well,
Oh, yeah.
do they have roofing material for the house on this?
What's existing?
Yeah.
So it looks like they're looking for, you're going to re-roof the whole house?
Yes, we
Yeah.
are. Yeah.
So it'd be
maybe bring
that shingle right
yeah,
there.
So bring that.
Timberline.
And there's your light fixture to the right of the door.
Mm-hmm.
It seems appropriate for that style.
Yeah.
There is one other thing, it's replacing the existing bay shingle roof with the new copper
Right.
roof.
Mm-hmm.
Flashing is an issue, the pointing of the stone in that area is a problem, and we didn't take any photographs of the interior, but the plaster is breaking, and, you know, it's a water problem. They've tried to do it over and over again with, over history with shingles, and it's just not really happening
You know, the
properly.
slope of that roof, I wouldn't think shingles would do very well with that.
Yeah.
So I think metal, I could support metal
Yeah,
at that location.
I agree. Anybody agree on that?
Yep.
Okay.
So, just out of curiosity, so we come back for our next round, what's the general feeling about the dormer that we're looking at on the right there?
Well,
What is highly visible? Do we think this is maybe not highly visible?
I don't know that, I mean, you've heard from me, I mean, other folks can speak to whether they think that it's too visible or is not appropriate for that location or not. Anybody want to chime in on that? Holly?
Is there a way that the angle of it could be made more like the angle of the dormer on the other side, or at least so the front of it is a little bit more symmetrical without having too many different? Can we pull up that?
Well, the two new dormers do match, and is that the one you're referring to, or the?
Well, the ones on the screen porch side, I think, look fine. The other one, when you look at it from the front, to me, it looks like it's just a little bit unbalanced because it's higher than the other ones, I think.
Oh, I think you're looking at the rendering, the like photographic rendering.
Okay.
Whereas that one was not as specific, but if you look at the
Oh.
elevations, they are exactly.
Okay.
Look at the rear
Can you
elevation.
pull that one up that we just had? That I think it was from the front. Yeah, that one right there. Okay. So see how on the
Yeah,
right
you can't
is
see the other one back there.
Yeah.
That's
you-
right.
So look at the rear
Oh,
elevation.
I
You'll be able
see.
to see their
Oh,
mirror
okay.
image of each other. They're exactly the same.
okay.
This one right here, this one's existing.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes.
Then, okay, well, that was the one in question, but if it's already there, then I guess you're okay.
Yeah.
Did you have any thoughts on this left side one? which is, it's the right side when you're looking at the front, but on this drawing,
The one
it's
on the
there.
left. Yeah,
That's right.
I think that one looks okay.
Okay.
When I look at page 2, where it shows entry stoop, and you're kind of standing at that side of the house, thinking, from plan view, seeing how far back it is, and then where the house next door sits, I don't think, and then you've got the trees, I don't think it's going to be overly visible.
Okay.
But if you're looking
Well,
at
then you've got that
modifying
angle.
one, you might want to look at modifying the other.
You're talking about when we were talking about changing
Yes.
some of the,
Yes.
I think
Yeah.
they
would
probably
match.
ought to be matched.
But then would that
Yes.
shoot us in the foot in terms of that would be even bigger and more of a visible?
Yeah, yeah. I still think it's,
It'll be pretty visible.
I would be concerned about a dormer that's shaped like an eyebrow like that. Is probably not something you'd see on a house of
I
this
agree.
style. Now, we talk about change over time, all those kind of things. We see examples of it, but they're not original to the house. I mean, we have an original dormer on this house, so we kind of know that exposure out of the roof is a certain thing. I'd use that as a model, at least a place to start with, and do the same on both.
And it, for whatever reason, so many new houses have that dormer right now that I think you're more sensitive to the look of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you experiment with the dormer with a hip roof on it, like the original dormer?
Well, because they talk about a guidelines for the dormers being a 3 and 12, then if you pull out, then you have to go, if you go a different, I don't know, it was just kind of weird because if we match the 10 and a half and 12, I think, which is the typical, it was getting really, really tall.
Yeah, that
So,
when it hips,
because
it's
we're doing
gonna,
a long-
because they're wide, it'd be a tall
Right.
hip.
When I first saw this on just the drawing, you really can't tell, at least with my eye, that it was toward the rear of the house. So it really looked like it was interrupting in the very front. But this looks like it's, I don't know how far that is off the front, but
It's really far.
20 feet, 40?
Well,
Probably at least 30 something, yeah.
Okay.
But actually, what's being suggested, to me, works in your favor for livability. So
Yeah,
why wouldn't you?
Good point.
sure. Okay, anything else specific? All right, thank you very
Thanks
much.
for all
We
your
appreciate
time.
your help. Thank you.
very much.
All right.
It's
Yeah.
exciting to see this house get
It's a cute
some
house.
long overdue maintenance.
Let's take a 10-minute break, 6:15. Let's be back here. It's not a voting meeting, so we don't have to vote. Is that, talk to the boss. All right, we'll be right back. Thanks.
Yeah.
Are back who are coming back. We had one need to go here. We might have another that needs to go shortly. Let's go to item number 5, discussion of siding alterations at 98 East Main Street. Tyler Ichien? How do you say that? Ichien. Oh man, I was close.
You're real close.
I was close. All right, if you want to give us a brief overview of what's new here, and then we'll go to staff.
Sounds good. Thank you guys for your time. So I'm back here. As you know, I got a notice of violation for the paint that I did to the repainting the building. Based on the timing of when I got my notice of violation, I needed to come before the historic zoning for a vote to either get a new COA or remove the non-approved exterior changes. Based on the timing, there wasn't a DRC meeting for me to go to have a discussion about it, so I came to the voting meeting, which, didn't play in my favor, unfortunately, but I don't feel like I had an opportunity to really explain kind of the history and where I was coming at with this. So voted against my new COA to paint the building. So I'm back today to figure out what my path forward is. Tyler, you had mentioned you should probably come back to a DRC meeting. Unfortunately, I applied the 2 other DRC meetings, but they were both denied. So I'm glad I'm here today to be able to have the conversation. Jay Franks is here. He's the owner of the property as well. He went through the when he purchased the property, he went through historic in 2010, I believe, to get approval for all the changes that he made before I got the property. So he can share a little bit if we need to get to that point. So basically where I'm at today is I applied for a COA to paint the building. It was denied. So now I'm still in violation of this letter because of the exterior panels that I changed the colors of. So I'm here to see what color you want these painted. Part of the feedback that I received was I just need to return it back to the historic colorways of the previous gas station. Referencing the article that Brian wrote, it should be known that, again, the gas station was never on this specific part of the property. There was this gas station in the middle building, and there was a gas station on the building closest to the river, but there was never a gas station on this. Jay painted this building white and blue in 2011. I already explained the process that he went through to remove the panels and paint the building, and I was just repainting the building. So again, I still don't feel like I'm in violation. You guys have numerous times today spoken about the guidelines, which I appreciate. I felt like I followed the guidelines to a T about the changes that I made here. But regardless, I put forward the proposal of painting back the panels that are in question here back to white. The changes that Jay made in 2011, adding the porch, the whole rear of the building is wood and hardy board. He added the refrigeration unit, which is wood and hardy board. Not planning to change any of that, just the white panels that you guys are saying that need to be repainted white. I guess I need to know what color white those need to be and then go from there. So there's a lot more information I can share, but I guess
Okay.
I'll leave it at that.
So this specifically to what we're reviewing tonight is this renderings of the white here. So going from the black panels, and then your signage would be the same signage on top of the white?
Yeah, no change.
Okay.
No change to that.
All right.
Yeah, basically I'm being told I'm in violation of these panels being the color that I painted. So I'm trying to get out of the violation. And I'm being told if I change the panels to white, then I would be out of the violation. So that's kind of where I'm at. So it's like, what color white do these panels need to be?
Let's hear from staff here. Go ahead, Emily.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's proposed to repaint the exterior of the building back to the historic white color where it was historically white. It was previously provided that the metal panels were enamel coated, as were all the historic service stations in this same style and age. It is proposed to repaint the building that was painted a dark color with metal appropriate paint on just the areas that were previously white in color and are metal panels. The rear wood areas are intended to remain the current dark color. It is proposed to have the previous areas that were blue on the building remain the dark color they are existing. While the building is outside of the National Register district boundaries, it is within the local downtown Franklin Historic District. The building's historic status in the local district was previously reviewed by the Historic Zoning Commission when it considered a recommendation for a variance to not lift the structure out of the floodplain. Considerable research of the site was conducted at that time. The Historic Zoning Commission reviewed the historical development pattern of the 1950s service station and voted to recommend preserving the historic character and design of the structure because of its local status. The provided plan of action has the metal panels to be repainted, not sandblasted to remove the underneath layers of paint. The guidelines recommend maintain metal finishes such as paint and keep metal clean. If repair is needed, use methods that allow features to retain their historic appearance and as much of their historic materials as possible. Honor the period of significance of the building by keeping any alterations true to its architectural period of significance, as well as those which have gained significance over time. Avoid alterations that make a building appear older or younger than it is. Further, the Secretary of Interior standards reinforce that repairing masonry as well as wood and metal features may include patching, splicing, or other treatments using recognized preservation methods. All work should be physically and visually compatible. It is not recommended within the standards to change the type of finish, coating, or historic color of metal features. It is recommended to repaint historically painted metal features with colors that are appropriate to the building and district. Repainting the metal panels and not painting them with enamel coating, which appears to be how the building was restored, as does not align with the guidelines. Further, the use of dark gray and a dark gray color is a newer trend for buildings to utilize a black and white combination, and it is not common for historic gas station that was at the entrance into Franklin's Historic District. I wanted to pull up this photo. Based on a 1963 aerial photograph and a 1967 telephone company directory, 102 East Main Street is where the East Main Gulf Station was located. The building appears to be in the same location as the existing building and utilizes a white or lighter color on the exterior of the building. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can we pull up the history that Brian wrote, actually?
Let's hang on 1 minute. Let's hear from the commissioners here. And this is not probably the appropriate forum to hash out what happened and what was said and who did what before. So let's just consider the proposal in front of us and whether it meets the guidelines or not. Staff gave us some guidance there, so let's stay on that task. Okay? Anybody want to start us?
Yeah, Emily, can you
Brian?
bring up that aerial photograph? And can you zoom in some on that building? This one? That one right there. So it appears, not only is it a lighter color, which looks like white, but it appears you see those same two bays that we see in the current building. So my questions, first of all, to you, Mr. Franks. Yes. So whenever you remove that log veneer from that used to be the boathouse, what did you find underneath?
We found these porcelain panels.
But you found this building. So the building that we're referring to with the two bays.
Yes, sir.
So that particular building. So I know that you supplied a photograph of a workman, a welder, and one panel. Did you take any other photographs of that building as the log veneer was being demolished? Because I'd like to see that photographic evidence.
I'll show you a few photographs, pass them around.
Yeah, you can do that.
Thank you. Oh, is that the same thing?
Thanks, sir.
And while you're passing those out, I'll just say, I've seen those before in our packet. I'm referring to any photographs that you had during demolition that would actually show the condition of the building and its colors. So if you have that, that would be great to supply the commission.
These are the photographs I brought, these two.
So you only took those two?
No, I took more photographs. We have more photographs because I think I supplied them to you.
Now, I haven't seen anything more than this one.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I believe we've seen this photo before.
And so my next question to you would be, so previously, what we've seen, the building was painted white with a blue trim, and then you chose for the patio canopy to be blue as well.
Yes.
So what made you choose that color combination?
Well, I thought I was putting it back, and I bought a Gulf sign to hang up in the restaurant.
So you at the time you thought you were putting the colors, the right colors?
Well, if it was, let me show you, let me start at the beginning right here, this upper left corner.
Okay.
That was when I bought the property. That is what we bought. And they had built various things. They put a sun porch, those sun windows out on the in front of those garage doors. Excuse me. What we did is we started demoing all of that siding off, and we found these porcelain panels on there. So what we did is you see in Mr. Ryan that was working for me, they had all these nails where they nailed all that on there, screws and all. They were damaged pretty rough. Here's some pictures right there behind you.
Okay, so these are the pictures of the condition at the time
That's right.
when you revealed it.
No, these pictures are,
Oh, that's the wood in the back.
this is after the fact. This is like a year ago.
So was that when these pictures are only a year old?
These ones here, yes. These are my photos. I took these pictures.
Okay.
So that's all wood right there.
Well, some of those are metal panels, and as you go down, you can actually see where that they are porcelain, and they're porcelain white and porcelain blue. So not all of those panels.
These are current pictures you made.
These were when I got possession of the building. That's what this is.
Yeah, there's your nail holes and all that. So
That's where the sign was.
If you keep moving down, you will see on one of the panels, you can tell where the blue is all the way to the metal. So let's go back to the condition of the property and what it was. So with historic research, you don't start with a premise. I'm going to prove that there was a garage there. You look to see photographic evidence, you look for deed evidence, you look for any type of public records that say what was there before. And there is public records and aerial photographs that show a station at that location, and it was called East Main Gulf at one time. Gibbons Gulf had been on the far side, near the river at one time. All that got demolished, and Gibbons Gulf was put back, not exactly in that spot, but where the building where you're located is today. I mean, that's just truth.
I just took the information that you wrote, which we can pull up.
Well, I mean, it says it in that information that building that you've got now replaced the buildings that were there before, and it was a Gulf station.
No, that's not what you said. That's not. Can we pull that up?
Let's just look at the proposal in front of us on
But
what
I'm
they
just-
want to do.
I'm just saying, there was a service station in that spot. Even the county historian for Williamson County confirms there was a service station in that spot, and it was a Gulf station. And Gulf stations traditionally had a blue and white color.
Well, we have a picture of the Gulf station that was across the street, so we can pull that up and we can.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
yeah, the purpose of DRC is for discussing the actual application and what was presented to be potentially a historic zoning voting meeting. And so if we could go back to that instead of getting into the details about the history, going
Sure.
to actually what was proposed.
Yep.
Well, I understand that, and I agree. However, you have to establish truth. And what is being said is not true. So what is true is there was a Gulf station in that location. And that's, that is the truth.
But if you, I went off an article that you wrote, and you did not say that in the article. I didn't create it. Emily and staff gave me that article to review. It's right here, and that's not what you wrote. So
I
maybe that's
think you're
incorrect.
You're interpreting it in the way you want to interpret it.
No, I mean, we
Let
can-
anybody else read it here, and they can.
All right,
interpret
that's enough of that. Thank you both. Anybody else have any comments? Miss Mary?
I'm going to have to leave.
Okay.
But I think the issue was original building fabric painted?
Yeah, I mean,
That's
it's,
what we have control over.
yeah, the metal
Is-
panels still
is there
exist, yes.
original-
And they've been painted now.
Jay painted
So,
them,
yes.
and I repainted them a different color. So
Yes.
that's 100% correct.
So yes, they've been painted.
Jay painted them in 2011, and I repainted them this year.
Okay, and Jay painted porcelain.
Well, I think these, you can look at this. They were porcelain to start with.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we had to sandblast them off to get that off, and then we painted them, powder coated them, which is a dry
Right.
paint, and put in a oven to bake.
Understood.
I'm not lying to you about this gas station right there.
Was it a gas station?
Yes, sir. Well, I thought it was a gas station.
And you
Yeah.
thought it was a Gulf station?
Yeah, when I read your article, I thought you did a real good job laying all that out myself. But I didn't have a problem with the issue. I'm the landlord. And they built a beautiful two restaurants down there, and I'm proud of what they're doing down there. And, quite frankly, I didn't think there was an issue with painting because I thought all we had to do is comply with preserving the property. They did I thought, a really good job in fixing it up because it was getting in poor condition after all those years. But I thought the issue was the paint colors, not whether it's a gas station or not. I didn't, of course it was gas.
Yeah, we can settle it that it's a gas station. We can look at it.
Yeah, it was.
So go
I'm
ahead
gonna
and,
say,
do you think it's
anyway,
appropriate, the proposal, or?
What I think is if it was already painted, if it was not the original finish, then I don't understand, even though I preferred what Jay did, I don't understand how we have jurisdiction over painting something that's already been painted.
I think we.
Do we?
Our guidelines say that things should be painted appropriate colors for their style, what they are. It does say that.
It does say that.
Yes.
So.
And so that's not the exact language, but that's the spirit of what it says.
I also think the tricky part about this is it's evolved so many times over time. So it's like who's on first, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the reason why Brian was trying to establish that it was a gas station and that we think it's a Gulf station and there's record of that is they did have a color scheme. And it's something that Mr. Franks cued in on when he painted it. And so that is meeting the guidelines because it was a color scheme that was appropriate for that archetype. Just
That's
like
kind of
if
the
there was
precedent.
a purple Victorian and you'd go, well, they painted Victorians purple. You'd go, okay, that might be appropriate.
Right.
In the same instance, a neon green Victorian wouldn't be appropriate, right? So
Right.
it's those type of things why the guidelines exist and are not intended to shoehorn people into a specific color, but they are intended to make sure that things are painted appropriate to their archetype. And that's been the issue here, and that's what, the feedback that I think we're consistently tried to give is that painting it all black was not appropriate for this archetype.
Okay.
That's been
Well,
the thought there. Yes, ma'am.
And
Emily.
it's whenever it was the change of the finish coating and it changed the historic color of those metal features. So if it was previously an porcelain enamel coated, then that is what should have continued.
I think
and
Mr.
should
Frank
be-
said it was, but it was painted. So the blue and white version was a painted version.
Yeah, I didn't get the building with porcelain enamel panels.
Yeah, they are.
They may have been at one point, but
They're painted panels.
They were changed.
Yeah.
They were approved by historic, and they were changed.
So does he may have any feedback on the specific scheme that he has shared here with the white, painting what was white, and leaving the trim black, which was previously blue? Any specific feedback on that?
Well, I have to say that the DRC issue for me is the original DRC that we had, and we sat here and staff read into the record, because I've gone back and listened to that DRC meeting, on these panels that they should stay as they are. The colors should stay the same. And then when the voting meeting came up, there was never any mention of actually repainting the building to a different color. And then we heard that the building had been painted the color it is currently. And I always wondered, why did that not come before us as a request to paint that building rather than after the fact?
Because it wasn't in the because it's not in the guidelines. If
Well,
I was to paint the
you had
unpainted-
Mr. Laster has the floor, please, sir. Thank you.
You had direction from staff as to what was appropriate in a DRC meeting. So it's not like the applicant did not know
Sure.
what was expected in the historic preservation overlay.
So, Mr. Laster, are you saying that you would expect this to be returned to the blue and white scheme?
I would.
Okay. Madeline, what do you think?
I mean, I tend to agree with Brian.
Okay. Miss Mary?
If I've got to go.
I know you need to go.
I would love to know if we have the ability to do that. Of course, I felt it, kept it like a filling station. Charleston, South Carolina had the war of the century over, saving a filling station because they're so rare. But do I think that, can we see the front view? I guess, no,
The proposed.
yeah, I guess that.
And it would have their
somewhat-
signage too.
Yeah, that helps it read more like what it was than being painted all one color. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. My feedback on this particular submittal is that this goes a long way in helping you get back to what we would expect be appropriate for this, what was a filling station. But I don't think it goes all the way. I think it should return to
The blue.
the blue. I mean, that was, it's just an important part of even the archetype because we know what it was, that this makes it look like a modern thing somehow. It doesn't look like a filling station anymore. It kind of looks like and I know it's a restaurant. I mean, and that's great. Thrilled about that. But that's my thoughts. I think the blue and white scheme reflects what the guidelines ask for, which is that it reflect the architecture type that it is. That's what I'd say.
Now, I do have one other question, though. And I want y'all's feedback.
Okay.
Looking at the Gulf stations, they are the blue and white, but some of them are also the red and white. Would that be an option?
I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. Brian had a good point. Maybe there's some photos of like the raw panels before you ever painted anything, and I'm sure they were beat to death by nails, but maybe you could tell like, oh, it was blue and white or red and white, or there's some Gulf that was orange, wasn't there? Yeah, that's why you painted it blue and white. Yeah, so the man who did it.
It
Yeah.
wasn't matching. It was, all that patio cover and all the metal around the top was, I painted it the color that metal was available in. So it wasn't Gulf metal.
Yeah, because you had some new flashing and things that you had to, yeah.
But it was blue and white.
It was blue and
Yeah.
white, yes.
So that's historic precedent.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Any other specific questions?
So how do I move forward? Do I need to come back to a DRC with a proposal that's being blue and white?
I think
what do I?
that's up to you. We can't really tell you how to proceed, but I think what you heard from the board here is that the majority of folks, well, the folks who are here today, believe that returning it to blue and white is in keeping with the guidelines. So you can send that in an application, or you can come back to DRC and get feedback on that scheme, but that's the feedback I think that we're giving tonight.
So it's truly just color, changing the color of the building.
I think everything else is, we approved the signage, that's not changing. There's no new openings or anything, no changes to the architecture, right?
No, it literally,
I mean,
just
that's,
painted
and,
different color.
and in terms of the notice violation was only for the paint color, is that correct?
There is another violation for the fence, but that wasn't submitted as part of this application.
Okay, understood. So for this, our feedback's for the building,
Okay.
of course, so. All
Thank
right,
you.
And
thank you
and
guys.
before you go, even though we're saying you paint the building, I think you should probably consult with staff about which color, the actual colors that they're going to be painted.
Yeah. Is that good? Thank you all very much. right, item number 6, discussion of alterations and addition on a principal structure at 728 Fair Street. Amanda McCreary. Good evening.
Good evening.
Feel like we haven't seen you in a while.
But here I am. Hey guys, so we're doing work at 728 Fair Street. We did a project at this property before, and it was all interior renovations. We didn't do anything with exterior. We did come before you guys for a few DRCs about some dormers on the front, but we chose not to pursue that. But from that standpoint of that phase, it was interiors only. So what we're looking to do now is two main things. Is one, we'd like to change the metal roof to a new metal roof. It's in need of repair, looking at doing a dark bronze. And then the other aspect is there is a rear addition off the back that we've kind of inherited that's there currently. And we are looking to get it closed in and more in keeping with the guidelines from a historic standpoint. You can see from the photos, the window and the fenestration pattern isn't what we would do if we were doing this starting from the scratch. So we'd like to change some of that and get the addition kind of closed in under the existing roof. We are not looking to expand the existing roof line. Everything we're looking to do is underneath the existing roof line. And where you currently see deck and lattice work, we are looking to close that in with the CMU foundation and get that weather tight and structurally sound through there. The other thing you'll see in our proposal, I'm calling it an option at the moment, is we are pursuing the idea of looking at a dormer on the left side of the second floor. There's an existing room up there in the bonus room inside the pyramid. That's what I've come before you guys before when we were looking to put dormers to get some natural light and some egress of some sort out of that space that's existing. And I do think we may be able to achieve it by doing a small dormer off of the rear addition that's existing. At this moment, we're calculating to see if it's feasible from a construction standpoint, but would love to hear your thoughts from an architectural standpoint.
Okay. Thank you. Emily, you have some staff comments for us?
Yes, sir. So the building at 728 Fair Street is noted as contributing within the National Register Historic Preservation District. It appears that recent work has been completed and has not received a COA or building permit. Information on the rear, including the alterations and a potential rear addition, will need to be provided at a later date. But the proposal today is to infill the rear portion into two locations, install a dormer on the left elevation, replace all of the existing roofing, install new windows on the left elevation, and construct a new rear deck. So for the addition, since it is unknown if the addition size is appropriate, staff will weigh in on the location and the details. The location is appropriate on the rear of the building, and changing the windows and doors to be a similar size as to what is existing on the building is appropriate. More information on the size, materials, and design is needed. The detailing on the rear door should be compatible with the doors on the building, and with the window light pattern may need to be altered to align with the guidelines. For the dormer placement, the placement of the dormer on the left elevation appears to be tucked behind the main form of the building and is lower in scale as well. The guidelines recommend placing dormers on the side or rear facades and to fit with the architectural style of the building. For the roof replacement, the guidelines recommend preserving historic roof forms and materials. Roofing selections on main and other visible facades should remain unaltered. If partial or wholesale replacement is needed, use materials whose composition and appearance match the historic materials. The existing roofing is green in color and is considered to be the historic roofing material. A new roof in a bronze color does not appear to align with the guidelines. For the rear deck construction, the guidelines recommend placing new decks on rear or obscured facades with minimal visibility from the street. It also recommends using wood materials and simple wood rail designs with square balusters. More details are needed to understand if the proposal meets the guidelines for material, but the placement for the deck does meet the guidelines. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anybody want to start us off?
Can I make a note real quick?
Sure.
That rear door is not supposed to have grills. That is a...
No grills.
No.
Noted. I can start and then circle back. So this new roofing, I think replacing the roof, as staff said, would be appropriate in the guidelines. The color thing comes into question. To go back with a green, I think would be our kind of favored option. I'm not sure how everybody else feels about a bronze. Not that it wouldn't be aesthetically pretty, but guidelines say we should remain with the colors we've got. So you said no new roof line except the there's no new drip edge. You just have this little dormer that pops up, which I think makes a lot of sense. Are you getting a second story in this thing?
No, it's just kind of a bonus room up there now.
I was like, man, it can't be that much.
No, I'm just trying to get some natural light and
Yeah.
some semblance of
I think it's in the appropriate spot.
window. There's an existing loft up there. If you go to the second floor, it's actually pretty interesting that that den has a loft in it that's in that rear addition. And then there's an existing they use it as a bonus room that's at the top of the stairs of the historic pyramid. So I'm trying to connect the two and pop some natural light in there since there's no light in the bonus room.
Okay. And then the only thing I'm wondering about, and I don't know that it's all that important for what we're reviewing because it's not visible, I don't think at all, but this CMU foundation under the deck is, I just keep thinking about, okay, you've got this block wall underneath a wood deck that's open to just the elements. I'm like, that's kind of a...
Typically, we do a Trex rain escape or something underneath it to get the water out. We've done it several times before. We've also filled it with gravel and have done concrete that slopes to drain.
Sure.
And then done wood sleepers on top.
Okay.
So from the aesthetics, that was a request by the homeowner. She was looking for as little maintenance as possible.
Yeah, I think if this were somewhere that's more visible or on the front of a house, somebody was trying to do it, I'd go, no, it's just not, you don't see it historically. We see like a tongue and groove wood deck,
right?
But it's usually covered.
Right.
So it's just kind of an odd thing, but it's on the back, so I'm like sort of indifferent to it. I'm like, nobody's going to see it. If that's what y'all want to do, feel free. Anything from you all on any of these items?
I agree with the roof staying the same color, and the dormer looks good to me.
Okay. Brian?
I think color-wise, you're probably going to have a hard time matching that color. It's going to be more of a green.
It is.
Kind of hunter green or...
It's more like Harlansdale green is
Yeah.
what's available at the moment. And
They don't make that sagey color.
No, or that almost kind of looks like turned copper almost.
that's what, okay, so here's my spiel. You've heard me say this before. Historically, metal roofs would have been turned metal or copper. Now, the age of this house is questionable. Was the original roof turned metal copper that got painted? But that's not something that we do anymore. We don't paint metal roofs because it just doesn't last. So that's why you buy them pre-baked. But I'm curious I might dig in a little bit more, see what I can find.
Doesn't this have metal screws? Isn't this held down by screws?
I believe it is, yeah.
Yeah, if you'd had a real turned metal roof, it would have been flat seamed or standing seam.
So I don't think that's the original roof, honestly. And it's definitely been painted. So it's that big question of what was there originally. Probably was metal since it's metal, but what color was it? We're unsure.
Why don't you explore some colors?
I'm going to explore.
And bring that back to us. When I look at the back of the house and then what you're proposing, it'll be an improvement.
Absolutely.
The way the windows are done on the back, the cantilevered parts of the porch.
I saw the first that rear picture and I thought, oh, they've got like a matching treehouse in the back.
If
I go,
only.
oh, that is the house.
and then the owner does need an ingress egress. And will that serve as an ingress egress?
We have a head height issue, and so the window itself, we're actually proposing a French casement And we'll have it made that the mole is integral, so it looks like two windows. So from the exterior, it looks like two casement windows where we've done stuff like that in the past. But when you open it together, we can hit the egress from our square footage. What we don't have is the head height, but we don't have it there anyway, and it's kind of a loft. And so that's the part from the construction standpoint we're tackling. We also have a big giant trunk line running through there from an HVAC. And so we've got a couple of things that we're exploring if this is even feasible, but before we went down some rabbit holes, I just want to make sure you guys were good with it.
And I said ingress, the owner does not want ingress there.
No. This is their age-in-place home, so we're trying to also just be really thoughtful of our materials and some of the design decisions we make.
But I agree with you, Brian, that it does kind of give that, maybe there's a little research to do, like you mentioned, of what may have been there previously, but it does kind of give off the patina copper. Maybe that could be an option.
Copper's more expensive.
Well, yeah.
The dark bronze is the, pennied coppered look. And so that was one of the reasons that's one that we like, is because it does have that, when copper goes penny as opposed to copper goes patina, it's that dark, rich, dark bronze look.
Yeah, it's so painted looking though, still.
Yeah.
It is.
And this,
I don't disagree with that.
That green that's on there could have been a lot richer at one
It could have
point.
been.
Who knows? I mean, they all chalk out a little bit. Even the bronzes.
Yep.
All chalk out to
Yeah.
some
I'd
extent.
be like, hey, can I
Takes
go
a
on your
while.
roof? I'm going to take a piece off and do some forensic analysis. See what I can find.
Yeah, my favorite color is patina.
I know. Have you ever been to the Finnish embassy in Washington, D.C.?
No.
Look it up.
Okay.
That's your homework for tonight.
Now, when you're in the attic, can you see the underside of any of the panels?
No,
It's
'cause
not
it's
on
all-
purlins or anything.
No, because pretty much all of it has been finished out because of the space that's up there.
And if it's the type that's screwed down, they've got potential for leaks.
Yeah, that's true.
All roofs can leak.
Yeah, especially, but if you have a penetration through them, you have more
Oh, yeah.
chance of leaks.
There's beadboard in the back half and the ceiling, and then the front half is the pyramid's pretty much finished out.
Okay.
All right.
Anything else, y'all? Any
Thanks,
other
y'all.
specific?
No, I'm
Okay.
good.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Look up the Finnish embassy, Washington, D.C.
Okay, we'll do it.
All right, item number 7, discussion of addition on a principal structure and alterations and an addition to an accessory at 1008 Fair Street. Jacob Lane is the applicant. Welcome back. All right, if y'all want to give us, did anything change since we spoke to you last? If you want to give us a
Yes.
brief overview, just go ahead and start where you'd like.
So the main change we made was to that rear den extension. We brought that down below the ridge line. We were really trying to get 2 levels of living space back there, but due to that existing ridge line, it's just so hard to get that. And so we decided our main goal is to have a den extension in the rear that looks like an enclosed screen porch. And so we changed that to a little bit taller ceiling for that den extension on the first floor instead of trying to cram 2 levels in there. We still have that dormer on the side, which I'd love to talk to y'all about and get your opinion on. Our hopes are to get some storage up there. There's an existing attic, and so that will just allow us a little more head height for storage up there. And then the detached garage, we didn't touch that because I actually wanted to ask you all about, so I know we were kind of back and forth with staff about this as well, if that garage was historic or not. And seems like it is circa 2000, and so there's possibility to demo that potentially, because we're just looking at possibly getting more space back there, and we want to make that addition subordinate to the detached garage. I mean, we're so limited because of that existing roof. And so I think it might help us if we're able to take that out and build something a little more, because I mean, also isn't the prettiest. We want to have a more carriage style addition back there. So that's where we're at right now.
Okay. Perfect. And Elizabeth has staff report for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you to the applicant for returning to a DRC meeting with a new design for discussion. The proposed size of the footprint of the addition on the principal building is appropriate, and the height of the addition has improved to be lower than the primary ridgeline of the historic building. The proposed height of the addition is 17 feet 5 inches, and the historic building is 18 feet. The proposed addition still utilizes a pop-up form and creates a complex roof configuration. And while the height of the addition has improved to better align with the guidelines, the addition does not read as subordinate to the historic building in detail and complexity. The proposed addition is clearly identifiable, however, it does not read as compatible with the historic building, which reads as a simple one-story federal-style building, and the addition reads more grand and may detract from the historic building. It is noted that the addition should read as an enclosed porch addition, however, the design does not relate to the existing porches on the historic building. Additional information is needed to understand the proposed materials and windows, as it appears some existing windows will be repurposed for the new addition. However, the proposed 9-light transom-like row of windows does not relate to the rhythm, size, detailing, or placement seen on the historic building. Lastly, a roof dormer is proposed on the right elevation. This placement does have a lower degree of visibility, but may still be seen from the street. The proposed windows in the dormers do not relate to the style, scale, and proportion of the windows on the lower floors. The placement of the dormer appears to be on the ridgeline or extremely close to the ridgeline, for which the guidelines would recommend it to be below the main ridgeline of the roof of the addition that it's on. And for the garage alterations and addition, there was one change made to the garage structure, and that was the removal of the rear dormer. However, they are still proposing to create a front-facing gable and other alterations to the existing garage doors. The proposed size of the accessory structure with the addition would create a 1,186 square foot footprint, which is 46% of the principal building and creates 17% of lot coverage, which is all within the guidelines for size. Due to the orientation of the existing structure, the addition is considered to be a side addition, as a rear addition is not feasible. A stoop is proposed on the front elevation, and the addition of this celebrated stoop to the structure is not seen elsewhere on accessory structures in the district and does not appear secondary to the historic building entrance. The form does utilize an inset, however, the wing-like extension on the front facade and roof configuration is not seen on historic accessory structures and creates a complex form. The proposed windows do not appear to be compatible with the windows seen on the historic building and do not maintain a traditional solid-to-void ratio seen on historic accessory structures in the district or on the principal building. The form is not typical of a historic accessory structure and does not read as an accessory structure within the proposed design. So feedback on the proposed gable alteration, entrance windows, form, and massing are appreciated on the accessory structure, and then feedback about the design of the addition, reform, and details and ornamentation and windows proposed on the addition to the principal building are appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. And was staff able to find the age of the garage or?
No more than what we had discussed with the applicants, in which they had maybe found some evidence within the building that some of the materials may have been historic, potentially a historic carport. And in the Sanborn maps, it does show an accessory structure similar to what is there on the maps, but it's the National Register lists it as a circa 2000 garage.
Okay.
Circa
2000.
2000 for the garage.
For the existing accessory structure, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So let's start by talking about the house. Anybody have any comments on the house?
The comment I would make is that I think staff makes some excellent observations. You know, the main form of the house, it's a one-story house. And to create a two-story addition on the back, you know, that's just doesn't meet the guidelines. It doesn't work with the house. And then, you know, I don't know what the height of your ceilings are, but I'm surprised even with a dormer on the side that you would even have hardly any living space, you know, as far as head height upstairs. So the form, I think, it needs to be rethought on the actual dormer, and then the pop-up, which gives you that 2-story, 1.5-story form. I think this needs to go back to the drawing board.
I agree. I think that it's too tall. The picture on the left, bottom left here, that house is just much taller, so it can handle the sizing of that. But looking at, I think it's page 6, the bottom right, if I'm seeing this correctly, it's kind of the bottom right and the bottom middle, I feel like would be more appropriate between those two, almost acting as like a historic addition, a hyphen between those two gable roofs. I think that would be more appropriate than, it almost just eliminate that upper window section. Yeah, it's just too tall.
Okay. Yeah, the side dormer, that's this kind of eyebrow dormer, you know, is the placement, because it's behind the front roof, is not terribly problematic, but it is going to be visible, but it is a shape and form that is pretty uncommon to an older home. It's just not a shape that we would see. And then I agree, this back portion, I think if it could be simplified in a way, and it is reading as really tall now, and I'm not convinced you can't find a little extra height, but it's probably going to produce itself in some type of trim detail or something. So if the transom windows go away and there's maybe a 2-layered kind of frieze board that goes up to your soffit, you might get a little bit of extra depth there. But I could see it kind of coming down, and maybe it doesn't even have a pitched roof on it, because I keep looking at all this roof gymnastics that's going on, and it's getting just really busy from a form standpoint, and I'm glad it's not my job to figure out how to get the water out too. I mean, it's like a serious, that's your department, but it's just a lot of parts and pieces, and it's getting very busy. And then, you know, when I look at the back of the house, there's some historic kind of these 2 wings that come out, and they're totally dominated by this new addition. And while I think it'd be a beautiful space, it's not doing the historic house, you know, any favors. It really is dominating the whole back of this house, in height, in width, in transparency, all of the above. So I think where you're headed, in terms of, you brought it down, I appreciate that, but I think it needs to come down a little bit more, and then it just needs to be detailed a little more simple. I like the idea of it being an enclosed porch of some sort. I think that's a good narrative to go by, but even a porch wouldn't have been that tall. It would have been the scale of a porch that was enclosed with glass, and I think that's where you need to head with that.
Yeah, I think I would think that way. You know, if you were going to have a porch on the back, where would that porch be? And what would a normal porch, you know, of this era of a house kind of look like? And then around that, fashion how you would look like over time you'd enclosed it.
Mm-hmm.
If you did that, I think you could get something more successful.
And for that dormer, are you saying that if we match more of the character that could potentially, I mean, I'm just thinking about ways that if we wanted to get more room for storage up there, obviously it's not, you know, tall enough to be a full living space up there. But is there any potential to have a dormer up there, even if it, you know, if it matches more of the character? Or
I don't think it's in the right place.
Okay.
And, you know, we reviewed one earlier that had some more height on that that particular face of the roof. The existing had a little more hypotenuse, for lack of a better term. It just had more run.
Yeah.
And this one is a little shallower, and so a dormer over there is just going to always look contrived, because it's always going to be short. And I mean, it still has to come off the ridge some by our guidelines. So it's like, it's just going to get squashed down to this thing that's just never going to look appropriate for
Mhm.
that side of the house. That's
Mhm.
my main concern is it
Okay.
just doesn't go there. It just doesn't fit.
So the purpose is for light, to bring light into a storage space?
It's twofold.
Mhm.
It's both light and a little bit of height because it's a two-bedroom house with great attic space, but the highest peak is right in the center. And then, but to be able to get some light up there so I can look at samples and all that in, with natural light would be important. And then a little bit more height so we could maybe stand up at least a little bit to the right and left of the center.
I agree with Tyler's comments on the form of the dormer and where it's located. You've got a vent, so it looks like on the two wings that come off the back, it shows like a vent on one wing and the other wing has no vent, and that's the same wing where you want to put the dormer. What if you put a small window that's about the size of your vent in that area? At least it helps bring light into that space. It won't help you at all in your height, but at least it would help you with light. And if you need ventilation, you could open that window and get some ventilation.
I almost
Ellen?
feel like to your point of just the busyness of the roof lines, I think once that porch comes down a bit, that'll be one thing. The dormer, I really don't, I like your thoughts on what you just mentioned. The addition that we're looking at, where it goes across, why is that roof tying in to, right there? Why are those tying into each other? Can you access, is the porch?
That was the original thought, yes.
The
Mhm.
porch was going to be too
The stairs would be there, and then, because that was kind of the part of the transition of originally when we had the above the ridge line, the stairs were in that existing den, and then you would cross over into that gable. So that was kind of an access point.
So if that roof comes down for the porch, and then with the addition coming across, I feel like for busyness, I don't know if it's possible, but I almost wish that just went all the way across to the other side.
Yeah, we would have to do some kind of internal drainage at that
There's so
point.
much symmetry to the architecture already,
Mhm.
so I think that's part of what's so busy about these roof lines is there's so much symmetry to it. It's federal, then all of this there's no symmetry to it.
Yeah. Anything else, Brian?
Are you proposing to enlarge the garage? This looks like I'm seeing a rendition where the garage has some additions on it.
So on this proposal, we have an addition in the back of the existing detached garage. Did want to ask you all if the chances of us being able to demolish that. I mean, I know the history of it. We've kind of been back and forth with figuring out when exactly that was built, possibly a carport before. But something that, ties more into the character of this home. I mean, it's a beautiful historic home, and I think we could create something really beautiful back there. In addition to it right now, it's kind of handcuffed with the current design of that garage. And if we do demo it and make something new, we could make sure to include some aspects of it as an ode to the history of it. But is there an opportunity there to demo that?
I think we need to know how old it is just to start. If it was really in the 2000s, there'd be some permit records, wouldn't there be? Surely somebody would have got a permit to enclose it, even if it was a
We'd
carport.
have to double check with Building and
Yeah.
Neighborhood Services to see how long they retain those records potentially.
Yeah, but if I think our guidelines would support a building that's that modern being demolished, and if it proves not to be that, and it proves to be old, then there's a whole myriad of process you have to go to try and get demolished and it's in the guidelines. It's a pretty involved process. You want us to comment on this version of the garage? Just to hear some feedback on it?
Yeah,
Okay.
that'd be great.
Anybody want to, if this were the proposal that comes forward, what do you all, how are you feeling about this?
What was the comment on the windows that you mentioned?
They do not relate to the pattern of solids to void ratio seen on the principal building or on other historic accessory structures. So it's a different configuration, and it's not commonly seen on accessory structures.
Yeah, the existing house has a few different types of windows. There was some kind of, I don't know when they replaced some of those windows.
How
But-
old is the original house? Has it been meddled with? Yeah, I was like, the front is not 1883.
Yeah, it was historic. I think
I mean, it's got components of that.
it was a duplex at one point, and the back wings weren't really both there up until the 1950 Sanborn map. The wing on the right was much reduced, I think, back towards where the kitchen was, and they had the breakfast nook addition in around 2008. And then the infill in the middle, too, eventually came around. But the left wing and the front primary ridge were historically always there
Okay.
from Sanborn maps.
Yeah, so, sorry, I was just trying to figure out all the timeline here. The garage that's there is very simple in form. It was utility. And, what's proposed seems like another little house in the back. And it's got, part of it is all the detailing that's been added to it. So not that it's not aesthetically beautiful. You've got these nice returns on the eaves, on the new gable that faces kind of the side there that we're looking at. And this bracketed porch, all these things would be great on a house, but they start to compete with kind of the detailing of the front of the house. And so usually on outbuildings, we trend towards, hey, simplify it, make it look subordinate, both in detailing and scale. I don't know that the scale of the addition to the outbuilding is necessarily inappropriate, but it is starting to get long, right? So you look at the length of the existing house just in this view, and the garage is close to the same length. It is smaller, but is it really being subordinate? And it's those kind of things. So it might be that there's a different way to do this last little wing that you've added on the back. That's the skinnier portion, has the garage door behind it. Maybe there's a way to incorporate that in and maybe compact things in a little bit more, and then take the detailing down a notch. Maybe it just has a roof extension that comes out over the brackets instead of a little gable over the door. And just those little things might start making it feel a little more subordinate to the house. And all those comments are probably true if you demolish it and do something new. It's like, well, make it go with the house, but be subordinate in detailing. Most people of that era didn't spend all their money on the outbuilding, right?
Right.
It was a utility building, and it should kind of maintain that feel that, it's a secondary structure to what is supposed to be the star of the show, the main house. Brian?
Yeah, I agree. There's, if you look at the elevation view, with proposed left elevation in the existing house and the garage, there seems a little bit of a disconnect. I mean, I think there should be something that kind of pulls both the main structure and the garage together architecturally.
I think some of that too, tying in, is just being subordinate, but also making sure to carry over those light patterns for the windows and the door style, kind of keeping some of those things consistent to the style of the primary structure would be helpful. There was something else. Oh, I was going to say, if you have I know we don't comment on interiors, but it could help us understand your decisions for the exterior if there's a floor plan.
Yeah.
I didn't miss that, did I? Yeah.
Yeah, and the windows, staff specifically called out windows on the outbuilding. There's, looks like a bunch of casements. There's the little eyebrow windows that are like clerestory high windows. Those are just atypical for historic structures. So going with something a little more typical. I think our guidelines specify double hungs for almost all our windows. You've got a mixture on the existing house. It looks like you've got some double hungs. Are there some casements on there existing?
Believe so.
Not sure.
Yeah. Having the appearance of a double hung window is also appropriate.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so if you have a casement, it looks like a double hung, which is
The den extension.
usually an egress thing, not something we go to automatically. If that
Yeah,
makes sense.
we wanted to, on the rear, reuse those existing den windows. And so that kind of dictated the size of that, and those are casement windows.
In that center section that's existing.
Correct.
Between the two wings. Okay. Yeah, and I think, on the back, that makes total sense. So you're going to reuse those windows and you're going to use those in the garage or in the new kind of enclosed porch?
New enclosed porch.
Yeah. And then get more that kind of match that scale, all that.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Anybody? Hopefully that gives you some feedback. Did you have anything else specific?
Just a couple questions.
Okay.
So, this addition's at the very back of it, and the way the house sits, you won't be able to see any part of it from any part of the street.
Mhm.
So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. Really, the only people that will be able to see it is my neighbors on both sides, and then maybe my rear neighbor, but there's
Mhm.
a lot of vegetation and stuff. So maybe that helps a little bit because it's not affecting the historic part at all. Oh, sorry, can you hear me? Because it's not affecting the historic part of the house. So I wanted to get your feedback on that part of it. And then I wanted to make sure that I was really clear on what you would feel good about. So I wanted to just review that, if that's okay, real quick. So you said kind of if we remove that second, that row of transoms, or maybe make that smaller, and then lower the roof line a little bit. Is that right?
Yeah, I think you heard maybe taking the transoms out, and I think the best feedback I heard was really working backwards as if it were really a porch. Like if this were a porch bump out, like columns, and it was just open, and you decided to glass it in, what would that look like? And it wouldn't have that additional height. It wouldn't have any transoms probably. And I think that's what I heard consensus on up here.
And just to go back to that, so the interior ceiling height is, I think, 11 feet, whereas the center section that's been added onto is only 9. So I kind of wanted to get back to that original 11 feet. So that's kind of where this idea came from. That felt more historic to me because it is a one-story house.
Yeah, I think it has to do with that window patterns again are really dominating the back. So I think I mentioned you might be able to do some like double layered trim details to get up to your eaves and cheat it up a little bit, but it may not be 2 feet. May not go from 9 to 11, but you might be able to get to 10 or something like that. That'd be something your architects can help you with. But right now, it's still reading as too tall. And part of it is all this eave lines. If you look at the eaves all around the house, and then you look at the eave for the addition you're proposing, it's several feet higher. And so that starts to, again, kind of dominate that facade in being too high. And to your point about neighbors, yeah, it won't be visible from the street, but we still want it to meet guidelines because the whole city voted on that and everybody agreed that these guidelines are what we want to do. And you do have neighbors, and they can see it, even if it's just a few. It's important that we protect the integrity of all our historic structures, and that's what our guidelines are for. So,
And just this thing, so I live in an old house, and I start out in the front with 12-foot ceilings. And as you go to the back, some of the ceilings get lower. It's just a part of the charm of an old house. Not everything is exactly the same. And even the windows. So I've got 1/1 in the front, but as you go to the back, it's 4/4. And I always think they spent their money on the front. It's like we used to say, those folks are putting on the front. They spent all their money on the front, and that's where that comes from. So that's just part of it. There's certain things you can do. I mean, you might find you could vault some ceilings in the rear to get the more height that you want without affecting the actual structure, but somehow vault those ceilings. That might help because you've got a long slope. It looks that comes from between the two wings that come out. It might give you some extra headroom that you're looking for. I mean, there are different ways to do it and still maintain the charm of that change over time.
My neighbors aren't supportive of it, just for the record. They wrote letters in saying that they all supported it and all that. So that was really important to us, that would be considerate of our neighbors. And
Sure.
They were supportive of it. So we talked to all of them about that.
It's good to have good neighbors.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, we have the best neighbors. That street is just incredible. I can't believe we get to live there.
And just one of the things, so on the back, when I'm looking at least the way the windows are drawn, they don't look like real 1/1 windows or double hung, or that they look like just a flat 15-panel window. Is that what they are?
Yeah.
And whenever you're proposing that little addition, you're taking those same windows and putting it in it.
Exactly.
So basically, you're taking I don't think we would approve windows like that on a historic house today. So now we're asked to take the ones that really are non-conforming and continue that use on a new addition. And so if you're looking at the windows, they need to have that double hung appearance, in your enclosed porch. So those are just some parts of our guidelines to think about.
Okay.
So you're suggesting switch that to double hung?
They should be have a double hung appearance.
And just a note about your trim detailing on the front porch. If you'll go to the front page, the front porch is there. Real simple columns, but they have a little indentation, simple crown. So it was important to us that we kind of repeat that same feeling in the back. This is an 8-foot deep porch, and our addition is only 10 feet. So, and then it has tall ceilings on my front porch, so tall ceilings in the back. So that still was kind of the thought process there, and we did want to repeat the detailing there. It's probably just not clear on the window pattern, but that's what we wanted in between the windows.
And I'd like to go back to my front of the house, back of the house example again. And even on mine, so I've got these turned posts on the front, but on the back, at the back porch and all that, there's just a simple chamfered post. And sometimes I've thought I'd like to replace those with some turned posts. And I always have that conversation back and forth, you need to leave that original. So these are the things you think about when you have an old property and you're trying to maintain that character. So you have back of the house, you have front of the house.
yeah. I think in reusing some of those details and again, thinking of it as, okay, what's a simplified version of that? Maybe it doesn't have that recessed panel, but maybe it still has the crown and a base and some of those things, but it's a back-of-house version of the same detail. And the scale's a little different, too. These columns are wide, right? And back on the addition, they may be 2/3 of that or half. And so that much paneling, I mean, how much panel do you get, out of a column that might be half the size? So that detailing will start to make itself known pretty quickly when you can see there in that drawing, the back columns skinnier than the front. And so they're harder to panel. They can look contrived when you try and put too much detail on something that's just flat out smaller. But like I said, if it looks like a porch column that was there and everything was infilled in between, I think you'll be headed in the right direction there.
And then just one other question on the precedent page that has all the different addresses. I just wanted to go back to that page. So I think, Madeline, you said like maybe the middle two. Could we get on board with the middle top one that does have transoms? And that kind of looks like, and these are all on the front and sides of houses on Fair Street, and obviously mine is in the way back. Could we get on board with that?
So I mentioned the bottom middle and the bottom right.
Okay.
I don't think this house can handle the transoms. I think it makes it too massive for the house.
Yeah, I agree. I think you've got that bottom middle one is probably not as tall as you're able to go, because your house has tall eaves. So, and this one's fairly short, so you're going to get more height out of it than even that middle picture, but probably not as much as some of these bigger ones that are just the house they go with are just scaled differently.
And then I don't think any of these are double hung.
Yeah, the top left one is. We approved that. Not sure about the other ones. I don't think we reviewed the rest of these. Did we do 243 Third Ave? Is that fairly recent?
Not since I've been with this.
Yeah.
But the one at 908 West Main, it has a, look about it, so it does kind of appear double hung. It's
Yeah,
not
it's got
double
that
hung, but it has
that shadow line thing.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah, just look at the guidelines. I think there's a solution somewhere out there for you based on those guidelines, but hopefully we've given you enough to move forward.
Thank you.
All right. Thank y'all. Appreciate
Thanks
it.
so much.
Okay, item number 8. What time is it? You got to go? Okay.
Sole survivors.
Last man standing. All right, discussion of alteration signage and lighting at 230 Franklin Road, Building 1 at the factory. John Brown. Are you Mr. Brown?
Yes, I am.
All right. Give us the
Good evening.
the quick and dirty.
Thank you for staying.
Well,
There's actually a lot to unpack here in regards to our proposals. We are, again, at the factory at Franklin. We're looking at Building 1 at the factory. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that, but that's
we don't know the numbers, but we know it's mafiosis.
Yeah, it's the building closest to Franklin Boulevard or Street. I think it was originally the office to the stove manufacturing. Yeah. So our proposal, we are doing, not only are we proposing some facade changes, but also some site improvements. So to walk you through, maybe the easiest thing for me to make sure you guys have digested the proposal is to walk you through the elevations. So I'll start with the front elevation, which I'm identifying as the west elevation. Obviously, the landlord has been through the planning review process and is doing some work as well. So we're going to pick up after the landlord and do or propose some improvements of our own. So basically, for the west elevation, we're really not doing much. We're proposing the paint, the soffits, the eaves, dormer faces, the gable end, the door assembly, and the side lights, and proposing signage with some linear lighting. Really, that is the only thing that we're doing to the front facade. On the south facade, which is the facade that faces the parking lot, again, the original brick building, again, we're not doing anything to that. We are, again, painting the soffits, eaves, the dormers that face that side, putting signage on on that side, which is just a little small directory sign. Where the changes start to come into place, the more significant changes are towards the back third of the building, which was the addition, or which have been multiple additions on the back side of the building. So if you're looking, there's a couple man doors on that south side. In the man door that's adjacent to the existing stair, we are proposing to remove that door and fill that opening in and provide a finish at that door opening that would match the existing horizontal siding on that location. Also on the south facade, again on the back third of the building, we're proposing the paint, the siding, the soffitting, the guard railings for the stair, all a graphite type gray color. And again, on that back third, we would add signage for the terrain piece of the tenant's facility. I think there's some other things on the south facade that you can't see very well. There's some barricades up there for the HVAC that's on the second level. It's behind the tree there. But the landlord intends to keep that in place. We would paint that graphite gray as well to go along. Basically, the back third of the building is being proposed to be painted the graphite gray. So as we work our way around to the back of the building, which is the east side of the building, this one, there's several windows back there. There's some casement windows that run from the central part of the building to the left. We are proposing infilling 3 of those casement windows to help facilitate the function at the inside of the space, which is a fitting room area, would be at that area. The other windows, we're proposing to remove the casement and replace them with just a single light piece of glass, opposed to the casement. Again, you can see the color change. Probably the most significant change to the rear of the building is removing the existing wood and plastic light or covering up on the second level. It's like a plexiglass and a wood frame component. Removing that in its entirety and replacing it with aluminum storefront assembly with insulated glazing. That is currently the previous tenant, which I believe was a restaurant pizzeria, I believe. Yes, thank you. That was predominantly an outside space that I think they tried to enclose with the plexiglass and the wood framing. The integrity of that existing assembly is something that I wouldn't recommend anybody keeping. So my tenant intends to enclose that space and use that as an interior space. So to do that properly and to comply with the codes, we would provide aluminum storefront assembly, insulated glazing, and of course that finish on that would match the graphite gray that we're proposing for the siding and stuff like that. Another component that I think we're looking at is the rear door there. It's kind of hidden behind the light post. Currently, there's a door with a little side light in that area. So we are proposing to remove that assembly and replace it with just a single door, eliminate the side light, and finish around that with the proper horizontal siding and paint the graphite gray. And again, we would add signage on this facade as well. The terrain signage is up on the second level. You can see there. Again, we would propose linear lighting to light that sign in the evening or at the nighttime. On the elevation that is on the screen, you can see some of the I'll call it site improvements, which is the string lighting, some light posts that the client's introducing. There will be like an exterior area that will be for sales in that of plants and home goods and stuff like that, that the Terrain brand is specific to. Also in the image that we're looking at, there's a potting shed component, and that is, there's a sheet in the set presentation that kind of shows more specifics on that potting shed and with the green roof and stuff like that. On the final facade side, the north side, again, there's no proposed elevation for this one, but the soffits fascia on the brick part of the facade would be painted the white color, Elmerare white, and then towards the back third of the space, that siding and soffits and that for the flatter roof would be painted the graphite gray. Along with some of those site improvements, there's in the set, there's some, there's a fence again, and then we have some, again, painted the graphite gray color, and then some proposed light post out there with, again, some of the string lights and stuff like that. The one component that really is not too evident, and it's shown in some of the elevations, but not all, is we are introducing an elevator to the building. And because of that, and because of the requirements for the head height in there, the elevator projects outside of the roof. And we tried to push that back outside of the original building, or at least the roof, the pitch roof. And we have it shown currently coming up where the, for all intents and purposes, the flat roof, there's a gradual pitch, as you can see in the rendering that we're looking at, but it's predominantly a flat roof. That elevator would project out of that flat roof, and we would finish that exposed wall to match the horizontal siding that's currently in place for the building. I'll leave it to you.
Okay.
That's a quick rundown. I'm afraid that I didn't want to lose any more members. I went through it relatively quickly. So I'll open it up to you for any questions.
I'm just going to spend the night here, might as well. All right, let's hear from Elizabeth, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the applicant for coming to Design Review Committee. This building is unique to the factory campus as it has a pitched roof and it has a more distinctive residential design compared to any other building on the factory campus, and therefore is reviewed under residential guidelines. And so we'll also take this elevation by elevation, and on the front, one major alteration that is proposed and is noticeable is the proposed elevator shaft. The position and the screening does not meet the recommendations of the guidelines as it is highly visible. On the right elevation, the other alterations are in keeping with the guidelines. On the right elevation, we'll start with the removal of the awning and entrance at the bottom of the stairs. This does not appear to be a historic opening, and filling it in is appropriate. Feedback on the proposed infill of the staircase would be appreciated, as this isn't a common configuration for staircases and points of egress on the rear commercial buildings that we have around town. That's not a common infill. Additional information is needed to understand the proposed design and materials of the railings up the stairs on this elevation and on the rear, as no vertical patterns are shown. Clarification if this is intended to be entirely glass would be appreciated from the applicant. The use of an all-glass railing for the stairs would not be supported as it is not historically seen in Franklin. On the rear, there are a number of alterations proposed, including painting the building a dark color scheme, removing 3 windows, replacing 3 windows, replacing the rear entrance with a new door, and replacing the existing screen and plexiglass panels on the second floor to create a more permanent glass storefront system that is not interrupted by railing. This design for the storefront system is very contemporary and reads less residential in form. It is unique at the campus of the factory. The proposed windows that are The proposed replacement windows do not relate to the detailing of the windows on the historic building and do not appear double hung. There is new proposed fencing at the rear of the building. A 6-foot-tall rail fence is proposed. The proposed design for rear yard fencing is not a typical height for a split rail fencing in the district and would not be recommended. A new handrail is also proposed for the existing ramp at the rear of the building. Additional information and details are needed about the ramp rail to understand the design and how it may relate to other existing railing on the site. A minor accessory structure is proposed at the rear of the building. It's about 9 feet by 5 feet and located behind the building and is subordinate to the historic building. It's proposed to be clad in live edge wood and have a moss planting roof. The proposed materials are not typical or recommended within the guidelines. And we'll jump to signage and lighting. There are 4 wall signs proposed on the building, 3 wall signs and 1 directory sign. The signs are determined to be wall signs based on location and quantity proposed, and based on the design of the building and form reading as residential, the residential sign guidelines would apply. So this would be a maximum of 3 signs with a permitted 4th if it has a rear entrance to a parking area or rear entrance. And the guidelines do recommend a maximum size of 4.5 square feet for a wall sign. And the proposed signs are about 7.5, 8, and 5.7 square feet each, which exceed the size of the recommended size for wall signs. The use of a finished wood or metal is appropriate. And the lighting that is proposed for these signs is a linear light. It is concealed, but it is not a recommended sign lighting type, as goosenecks are the recommended lighting feature for signs. For the directory sign proposed on the right elevation, this does appear to meet the guidelines. Additional information would be needed about just the materiality and confirming that, but it is recommended on residential buildings with multiple tenants to utilize directory signs, so featuring both tenants on there would be appropriate. That, in addition to the sign lighting, there is new post-mounted lights proposed at the rear as well as string lights. Additional clarification is needed to understand the fixtures proposed at the front if they are being replaced or modified in any way. The use of string lights would not be supported by the zoning ordinance in the locations that they are proposed, so we might have to have some additional information from our zoning administrator to confirm that. And the guidelines would not recommend new freestanding post-mounted lights for residential buildings. So feedback on the proposed color scheme on the rear of the building, stair infills, storefront system on the 2nd floor, stair railings, lighting, signs, and the new proposed elevator shaft would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. We're going to rock, paper, scissors for it. You want to go first?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll tackle a little first. I'd like to say, first of all, that residential form. So we're looking at this as a residential form, although it's zoned commercial. It's good to see the building go back, at least on its front facade, to more of what it was originally. And we've lost all of those poles to each side of the porch or the portico and all this other stuff. So that's positive. I think it will be the only elevator at the factory.
Yeah.
And, you know, and what was really just a 1.5-story building. I have to agree with staff. I would say, you know, that pop-up for the elevator shaft is just kind of a no-go. You're going to see it from the front. I mean, it's just not something that I would feel comfortable approving as a board member and voting yes to, something you could actually see like that. This building has been so muddled on the back. I mean, I don't know if it ever went through historic zoning or not. It needed to be vetted through a historic zoning. And anything that increases it's going against the guidelines, I wouldn't support. So let's go. So remove the awning. Yes, I think I agree with staff on that. It's not historic. The all glass rails, I mean, we wouldn't support that in our guidelines. The glass storefront in that back, you know, that's kind of a tough one because it had already been plexiglass at one time. And at one time, this was Boxwood Bistro, before it was Mafioso's.
okay.
And it was a decent restaurant. It was a good restaurant to go to. So I think maybe some of that developed during that time too, really, and then Mafioso's took it over. Lighting, I agree with staff. This residential form, though, is pretty limiting to some of the guidelines of what would be allowed, like signage. So that's, I'd like to have more clarification on that.
Yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, what's driving that? I mean, the building has a pitched roof. I mean, I've done plenty of commercial buildings with pitched roofs. I mean, I think that's an unfair evaluation. The building has always been a commercial building. So how do you take a residence identification and associate with a building that's always been commercial?
Yeah, and
That doesn't make sense to me.
yeah, I agree in some regards, because even though it's a residential form, it's not a residential scale. It's
And
pretty
the
wide.
occupancy has never been
Yeah.
residential.
Yeah, but I think, yes, I think all that's true, and I agree. But I also want us to be careful about the limitations on signage and things like that, because this is right up on Franklin Road. So when it comes to things like the signage, I don't think it would be fair to say, well, all the rest of the factory campus had, got an approval to do the signage that they did, and this one's the outlier because it's a different shape, maybe. I don't think that would be fair to tenants or owners. But I also want to be considerate of the guidelines and go, okay, well, let's consider this as a one-off basis, because it really is. It is a residential form because it has a pitched roof and it's a lower one-story. It's not really a big commercial height. But like you said, how many doctors' offices and dentists, that have this same shape? Yeah. So I think we're in between place on that. And because of that, I think I would be flexible in the interpretation of the guidelines, but I also want to be careful about how much flexibility we put there, because the signage rules and things like that are specific to the scale, and so I want to be careful with that. I don't. You mentioned the back of this building's been so messed with, and it has, and for that reason, I'm am open to a lot of these things being, and staff talked about a lot of them being appropriate, taking out some of the windows and doors and things like that. The windows that are going back in the door, are those all aluminum storefront, even on the first floor? The anthropology suite, you talked about the dressing rooms, and then there's a bunch of windows. You're going to pull those airs out. Are they storefront?
Yeah, those would be aluminum as well.
Okay. And I don't know how I might want to see a picture of what's there. It might be more appropriate to come back with what the factory did, that type of window, which is, were they all aluminum? Were they steel?
They were steel.
I don't know. It's just this building's just different.
And this is different. This is a different building.
Yeah, and this, aluminum storefront, I don't think is inappropriate for the back of this, considering what was there. If this were a roof deck and you just showed up and there was never any attempt to glass it in, I'd say, no, that's not. But it's been glassed in for longer than I've lived in Franklin. I've been here a little while. So I think that could be appropriate. I think the paint scheme back here is different. I mean, we just looked at one that was painted black, but this is not, the paint color is not inherent to this material, and historically speaking, this whole section was never there. So I think I could be on board with that. did you intend to have glass rails, or you just didn't show
No.
the pic? It's, all the rails
No.
are staying as is, just getting painted?
As long as they comply with code, which the landlord had said they will, that
they're
we
just
would
getting
just
painted.
paint them.
Okay.
Yep. Same thing with the stair.
Okay.
We would just paint it.
The little potting shed, you know, if zoning is fine with it, I don't see that it's a problem. It looks like it's on skids, so it can be moved around. Is that
Yeah, it'd
true?
probably be on a concrete foundation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It looks like you could just pick it up and take it to the front, back, go see the carousel. The elevator is a hard sell. Because as Brian mentioned, it does kind of increase the nonconformity. This whole left side of this, the north side of this building, is like the wart of all warts. I mean, it's got this historic dormer, and then there's this, you know, massive building that you're running into. There are some light commercial elevators that have very little headroom, but they're not that hospital elevator, as you know. But there are light commercial elevators that only have like an 8-inch overrun. You might be able to fit it in the mass that's already there. And your headroom gets better the further it goes back, as you know. So the way you've got it positioned, I fear that it's going to be too visible, and I don't think that falls within the guidelines. Rear door signage, the lighting, I think if you can find something that's within our guidelines, would be good. And then there's a whole bunch of lighting in the back that there's a bunch of zoning questions on that doesn't involve us. I don't think zoning allows for the string lights.
Yeah, there's only certain locations permitted for string lights in non-residential uses. And unfortunately, I believe the locations they are proposed here do not align with those.
That's based on a residential evaluation.
That's based on the non-residential zoning review.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the factory setting.
Yeah, so staff can direct you to those sections. But, and I think that's true about the post lights too. It's like, you know, I think the factory had some site lighting approved, and, you know, it may require a modification of standards, which is through like the zoning world, and then it would come back here for us to even be able to consider. So we can't trump them or do anything like that. It just is what it is. But there's a path to get an exception, but it's not through us yet, if that makes sense.
Sure.
So, trying to think if there's anything else I missed. Signage.
How about the enclosed stairs?
Enclosing it at the bottom. I think it looks better than nothing under it. Personally, I don't have a problem with it. I know it's abnormal, but it's, you know, we go downtown here, people put their dumpsters and all kinds of stuff under them. So I'm like, I don't think it's unappealing, and I don't see that it doesn't align with the guidelines, except that it's just maybe uncommon. We don't see it. What do you?
Well, so the graphite color, when I look at the historic building and then the additions, the graphite color seems to cause it to recede, which I think is a good thing. So maybe it doesn't stick out to you as much as if it were a bright color. And the same thing may happen with the stairs when you enclose them with more siding that looks like the rest of the building. It just kind of blends more.
Yeah.
I'd kind of like to see that disappear as much as it can.
Yeah.
But I want to ask, so on the north elevation, you've got that huge mechanical equipment thing. There's like, that remains. How are they screening that?
That's supposed to go away.
It's supposed to go away.
It's supposed to go away.
Well, that's a positive.
Yeah.
I think that was and that was to that point. I was trying to remember, did we approve some things on this building already?
Yes, you
And
did.
part of it was the removal of that mechanical units. And the other thing I was thinking about is on the second floor next to the glass thing, we approved new screening to match the metal, the black metal that's been used elsewhere. Am I recalling correctly, or was it painted wood?
I have to double check the color of the mechanical screening. It might have been to match the urban bronze roof that they got approved to install as well.
And our guidelines do not support us painting materials like that are a pre-finished material where the color is inherent in the material. So it's not like siding that's intended to be painted. It shows up primed.
Right.
The metal roofing, if that was what they're going to use to screen it, probably doesn't need to be painted on top of the brand new Kynar baked on finish, if that makes sense.
Yep.
I don't remember what it was. They'll have to look it up.
I don't know if they've installed the new screening or if it's still wooden screening up there,
I
but
don't believe they have, yeah.
And I have two thoughts on the glass panels. I mean, we already know this is muddled the way it is already. So you have to ask the question on that. Historically, I mean, do you want to try to make it look like the factory? Or if it had a different look, like a little bit of a modern look like it's got, if that might be a better solution in this case
Yeah,
than
I
trying
think-
to make it look like the
I
factory.
think so. And when I mentioned the factory's windows, I was just thinking about that lower floor where they're replacing casements. But all that second story storefront, basically, I think, you're basically going to get the same aesthetic they have, except it's going to function better and look better, but it's going to be a glassed in room. And you're right. I think just letting it be a contemporary one-off, I actually think some of this language here, even though it's not exact, is going to be bookended by the hotel. And the hotel's going to look newer. And it should. It's new. And I think this is the other end of campus, and this part of the building is not what we would consider contributing historic piece. So it should just look different.
Yeah, I'm thinking so too. I think that's kind of the best way to handle it, but since it's already been, as non-conforming as it is.
Yeah. And I don't think it increases that amount of nonconformity.
Yeah.
It's still this different section of the building, and it's no different than it was.
Yeah, I think if you tried to make it look like the factory, it wouldn't work.
No, it'll be contrived, certainly. Yeah. So the big things, looking at, how did you feel about, the residential guidelines for signage are a little more restrictive.
Well, at 4.5 square feet, that's very restrictive.
Yeah, and like to have this be really the only building that has this signage type that's kind of a directory. I know there's directories around campus, but everybody has a big sign too.
But by our guidelines, with historic guidelines, they'd only be allowed 9 square feet, wouldn't they?
for a commercial building, yes.
For a
9 square
commercial
feet,
building.
Which all the wall signs that they have proposed do meet that recommendation.
All right.
It's the residential is
4.5 square.
and quantity.
Both are quantity, so no more than 3 are recommended for a building or a tenant retail space. This is all one retail tenant space. It's not separated by any suite spaces or anything like that, so it's all one. And
But they have 2 tenants though.
it's all one retail tenant space though, from our understanding.
So the anthropology on the very front is only 9 square feet?
That would be the recommended size maximum for a wall
The
sign.
recommended is not what we're seeing here?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
The what is on the front is proposed to be 7.3 square feet
So
with the
as
pin
shown, it
lettering
would meet the 9.
Okay, so it is only 7.3 square feet, what I'm seeing,
on the front, yes.
on the front, okay.
Yeah, and I would consider, like I said, I agree. It's always been a commercial building, and I agree it's a residential form, certainly. So I understand both sides, and because of that, I'm willing to be probably flexible on things like signage, but I'd want to see exactly what it looks like, just like that. I want to talk about how it's lit, and this be a one-off, not something we go, all right, replicate that 7 times. This would be the one. Just because of that. It's definitely a commercial building, always has been, recorded that way, but it's got a scale that's a little different than the factory. And I want to be considerate of that, and consider that this is as frontal as we get to Franklin Road, which is our gateway into downtown. So
Yeah, and staying within that 4.5 to 9 square foot range, I think that would be, it'd be fine on Franklin Road.
Yep. Okay.
And
So
be
it's-
within our guidelines as as normal for the commercial part.
That's right. Yeah. Lighting, you feel like you can find something that there's lots of lighting.
Yeah.
But yeah,
We can look at lighting
most
again.
of them are gooseneck type fixtures, and you might look at our downtown and see. We've got some that we don't want you to pick that are downtown, but there's a lot that we do want. Would be fine.
So does this mean the Anthropology downtown location is moving out to the factory?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah, not necessarily.
Just wondered about that.
You supposed to ask questions like that?
Well, I mean, there's just two of us.
So,
Where's Miss Jones moving?
so if I can ask a few questions, just
Sure.
make sure I'm clear. In regards to the elevator, obviously, that's a tough one because the space doesn't get compliant unless I have access to the second level with vertical transportation. So I can look at other elevators. I'm not aware of one, truthfully, that doesn't require at least a 12-foot, 8-inch clearance between the floor and the underside
head.
of the hoist beam. And no matter where I put it in the building, it's projecting above the roof, no matter where I put it. So I think it's looking at the elevations that we have, that we show that bump up. So it's kind of an unfair disadvantage because we're looking straight on. We're not looking where a person walking on the parking lot would be looking up. And I believe somebody's in the front of that building in the parking lot looking up is never going to see the top of that elevator.
Well, we've had some folks who've brought us like drive-by renderings and just see what we can see. Driving down Franklin Road, because that's really the view shed we're trying to protect. I have no doubt that people in the parking lot can't see it. But you're pretty exposed coming in from the north side. You're driving south, it's going to be exposed, and we have to consider that angle as well. Jared, you have something on the elevator?
I was just going to ask your intent on the elevator. Is it two different tenants? One's on the bottom floor, one's on the top floor, and it's two different uses? Is that the reasoning for your elevator as opposed to a chair lift? Just kind of giving them more clarity on how you're getting there with that.
Yeah, a chair lift, I mean, we've looked at chair lifts. Usually chair lifts, and as far as the accessibility code, chair lifts are used to adapt into an existing facility type condition. We're doing such a vast changing of the interior of the space that, to me, that won't comply providing a chair lift. The other reason for a full, I'll call it a full elevator component, 2,500 capacity, is to move not only customers, but merchandise up and down. And there will be customers on both floors here.
Well, so the height that you're proposing, that we see popped up, is that the same height as the glass addition on the rear?
Do you mean like at the peak of the ridge?
Yeah, we're like.
That's something I have to look at. It's probably close, but
I mean, could you put
I
it on
can't
the
tell
rear?
you for sure that it is or not, but
Could
it's
you put
probably
it in that
close.
space at the rear where you've got terrain?
Yeah, I don't know if you know all the original buildings, wood construction. The addition is masonry and precast concrete floor planks. So to cut into those to accommodate an elevator gets a little bit more challenging and costly to accommodate. So we've moved it up to fit within the wood floor framing, but still be in that gently sloped roof condition and not in the pitched standing seam, dark bronze roof that the landlord's going to install. So we tried to push it back as far as we could, but keep it in the wood assembly opposed to move it back into the precast concrete floor assembly.
Yeah, look at some other elevator options. There's some out there. I'm looking at one here, 104-inch overhead, commercial loaded, ADA elevator. But they're out there. It might give you something that isn't in between, that gets you the loading you need to do the freight, but also get the people moving, which is
Sure.
usually easier than the freight, and give the headroom, relieve us on this chimney sticking out here. And like I said, you're welcome to try and do a 3D or something to show us that, hey, it's not visible, or if it is visible, how much. Because I look at 2D drawings all day, and I know that in real life things get foreshortened. And, what does that actually do? We don't know till we really see it. Any other
All right.
questions?
As far as the rear elevation and removing the 3 windows and replacing the other windows in the door, just want to make sure I'm clear on your impressions of us going in that direction.
I think it's fine. Like I said, this has been, there's nothing sacred about the back of this building. We do want it to fall within the guidelines as much as possible, but, Brian used the term not increasing the nonconformity. Closing that up doesn't do that. Using aluminum storefront door there and making those single glass windows aluminum storefront doesn't increase the nonconformity. So I feel comfortable with what you proposed there.
Yeah, it lessens the penetrations in the wall. I think that's probably good in this case.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else?
No.
That's it.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. All right, item 9. Discussion of site alterations, site elements, gates, and lighting at 1835, 1837, 1839, 1841, 1843, William Campbell Court, Magnolia Hall, lots 2 through 6. I want to do one at a time.
One
Just
at a time,
kidding.
great. Not sure why I'm upset to be second and last on the agenda.
I'm so sorry.
You're good. I called Joe the wrong name, so we're good. We're even. We're even. We're even. So I'll be brief here. Y'all saw this last month. We had the stone columns with the lanterns on there that we got a lot of feedback about. Those have been removed. I believe that in large, we got some support, at least some supportive comments regarding the individual gates for each of these driveways. We went back and just made sure that each of those were pushed back at least 20 feet behind the front facade of the homes. The biggest change was between 5 and 6. The gate kind of protruded out in front of 6 a little bit. We were able to find a common spot on the 2 houses that we could slide that back, and it's now more than 20 feet back from the front facade zone there. Second thing we heard was the pavers we selected did not meet the intent of the guidelines, so we've changed those pavers in the driveway holloway strips and to a cobblestone. The owners really still want to really do a Hollywood strip just to break up that concrete, so we're proposing a cobblestone there, and then the lead walks from a paver to a natural flagstone.
So what is okay, we've got this cobblestone strip in the middle and this
Yes.
apron around the gate. What's the remainder there, concrete?
Concrete,
Okay,
yes.
understood.
Yep. Yeah,
Flagstone,
the cobblestone
concrete
will be
walks.
the cobblestone will be the Hollywood strip, and then the apron under the gates.
We still have the decomposed granite across the one path that goes to
Yes,
the
yes,
park.
yeah,
Okay. All right, staff, if you want to give us a rundown.
Yes.
Elizabeth,
These
thank you.
comments are also short. The proposed stone walkway material and fencing of gates are all appropriate in light of the guidelines. The proposed cobblestone for the Hollywood Drive and gate pad design is not a material that is recommended by the guidelines, as historically typical materials would include gravel, concrete, bricks, or asphalt. And this is vested in the 2016 Historic District Design Guidelines. So feedback on the proposed cobblestone for an additional driveway material is appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking at the elevations below. In between 5 and 6, the plan shows you're going to have a single gate. It looks like 2 on the.
Yes, it's a single gate, but it'll be designed to look like a
pair.
A pair of,
Okay.
of gates. Yeah, in order to get that one slid back,
There's nowhere for it to swing.
there was no place for the mechanism on the left-hand side, so we went to a single gate
Okay.
on that one.
Understood.
So the strip I'm seeing, that is your Hollywood strip?
Yes.
And it's going to be the, like, the rectangular stone?
Yes. Mhm.
Belgian
And then
cobble.
you're proposing flagstone for the walks up to the houses
Yes, sir.
that would go out to the sidewalk?
Yes.
And what is the sidewalk?
Sidewalk will be concrete.
Just concrete?
That'll be City of Franklin, just the concrete.
And staff, that doesn't meet the intent of the guideline?
The stone walkway does, the cobblestone does not, as that's not a recommended
For the
material.
Hollywood Drive?
Yes, but the Hollywood Drive is a recommended design for driveways.
So is that concrete and then you just have the strip down the middle?
Yes.
So you do have a concrete drive, you just have a strip down the middle that's
A decorative strip just to,
just stone?
yeah.
I'm indifferent to it. I think this is a lot better than what we saw before. I think it's simpler and not so busy, which is good. I think the Hollywood strip could still have the potential of making it sort of busy feeling, but I don't think there's a lot of it. I think I half expected to see the gate apron and the curb cut to your driveway as being like the cobbles and everything being concrete in between, just kind of have a, it's almost like an audible thing too, as you're getting ready to run over the actual sidewalk. You get that, almost like a rumble strip at your curb cut, which you might get from these Hollywood strips. But the Hollywood strip is just a level of detail that, it's like that was always some less permanent material.
Like grass.
It's grass or a little bit of gravel or whatever. And for it to be the nicest material, I mean, Belgian cobbles are, it's pretty nice material.
Pretty nice.
And not that it's not beautiful again, but it's one of those things, it's like the hierarchy's upside down or something on the materiality. But like I said, I think it'd be beautiful, and I'm sort of indifferent to it if that's what they want to do. I don't think it's necessarily inappropriate because it's so limited, but is it providing too much kind of detail, and something even more simplified is just lets the houses stand out more?
Yeah, I would say I'm indifferent to it too, and I think if it were a grass strip, I mean, residences going to their home could drive into that little grass strip area and with their tires, and
Oh, it'd be tore up.
it'd be tore up. It sure would.
We talked about grass strips, and they're beautiful when they first go in, but they're just a hassle to kind of keep them maintained.
Yeah, they'll be full of dandelions and crabgrass and.
Yeah, when it's 110-degree heat index for a week or so this time of year, it doesn't do very well.
Mm-hmm. I can see why you want that more permanent structure.
Yeah.
Did you consider brick at all? We did consider some brick. We considered, there's kind of a crab orchard blend flagstone as well, which is more of an orangey buffy color. But after going back and reviewing all of the houses,
May not go with every house. Yeah.
it just there may be one house that you could do some brick with, but everything else just seemed like the gray flag and the gray cobblestone was going to complement it, not stick out as much.
So everything will be uniform. I mean, all the sidewalks will be the same, and all the drives will be the same, and it'll all be the same.
Except the gates, the one thing is custom to.
All the gates will be different variations.
Well, I know we have approved cobblestone.
Yeah, we did a whole
before.
drive. And then, something to consider too, I don't know if this makes any difference, but across the street, you've got the mansion, and it's got gravel in the roundabout. But it has an apron of, is it Belgian?
It's gonna have, it'll have a concrete apron and concrete ribbon curb.
Okay. So you've got some things, different materials. I don't know, I was thinking maybe these little strips ought to be that same gravel, but it's just, somebody's got to maintain it.
And that'll be all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a part of me that says, depending on the style of the house, I mean, you know, different material. I mean, you know, brick for some, cobblestones for others, you know, where it's appropriate, that looks like that house. I mean, but I guess everything needs to be uniform.
Well, when we looked at different materials on there, we kind of considered a brick, a gray cobblestone, and then this crab orchard cobblestone. And the crab orchard didn't really go with any of the exterior colors for the houses. You know, there was one that brick may be appropriate, but we didn't want to just have a single oddball out. So that's why we kind of decided to just go more of a uniform approach.
That's kind of why I keep deferring to maybe we shouldn't just have the Hollywood strip at all, because it's like you're always trying to, like, how do you make it go? And if you're having to keep trying to make it go, just don't make it go. and you know, you could do something at the aprons or something just like they've done at the gates, but repeat just a little strip at the curb cut or something and just simplify it even more, because I think I don't want to draw attention to the driveway at all. I mean, I wish there weren't any driveways in the front of this development at all, but understand why they're there. But I don't want them to become some dominant feature. I'd rather those finer materials, finer details be put on the walks, the steps up, things like that, that are to the front door, and really downplay the driveway as much as possible. And I think pushing the gates back where you have them is going to help downplay them, but they're still going to be, I mean, they're going to be a beautiful feature, right? But they're attached to the house at that point because they're back. So it's going to feel like an extension of the house, whereas the driveway, it's like, well, now it's drawing your eye towards, well, there's this thing that nobody ever wants to ever know about their driveway. You know, they don't ever want to see it. You know, if we could all, it's like people lie about watching TV all the time. We don't want even to admit how much we drive around and use our cars, right? But it's a necessity, and we're just drawing attention to it by putting this nicer strip down the middle and all that. I just think it's got to be downplayed.
And so the sidewalk it's that close to all the houses. What I'm seeing there is a sidewalk that makes the curve.
Yes.
And then you see the flagstone and the steps that go up.
Yes. The sidewalks on 2 through 5, those front setbacks were pushed back to miss those sugar maple trees lining the road. So that's why that sidewalk's been pushed back as well.
So most of those walks to the house are pretty short.
Yeah. They get a little bit longer. Well, some of them get a little longer as you get around the corner, but
I can't remember many in the historic district, I mean, as far as with historic homes, many flagstone walks that we've approved.
There's a mixture of different walkway materials along Boyd Mill. So there is stone seen there, and there are a few. There's not a whole lot, but it is seen. I think it's a more historically typical material in other places, but not super common.
Yeah, and we are comparing this to the Boyd Mill district.
There. Yeah. Boyd Mill's got a pretty good mix of new and old too.
It does.
So, yeah, I'm still sort of indifferent to it. Simple's better when it comes to driveway to me, but if the rumble strip or whatever you want to call it, Hollywood strip, is something that the owners want to do and do it out of cobble, I don't think it's not in keeping with the guidelines. It's just a level of detail that's above and beyond.
Yeah, and I think, you know, what is it? If I was driving by that, I would think, you know, what is that? I mean, that's a strip in the middle of the concrete drive. I mean, you know, it may not serve the purpose you wanted. Just concrete might be the best solution.
yeah, it's really just an attempt to, you know, to dress these
To-
driveways up and not have them feel so, like Mary mentioned earlier. You know,
What about some
so-
kind of edging? You know, an edge
Use the cobbles at the edge,
Yeah.
frame just from the gate apron to the curb cut, and
Mhm.
fill the body with concrete. And a nice concrete.
Yeah. We can certainly consider that.
So that could look nice. And it'd be dressed up, but not so kind of busy feeling. It's just an edge.
Because that's what's at Magnolia Hall, isn't it? At the, around the motor court, right, in front of it, in front of the garage, there's little detailing.
Edged.
No, no, Magnolia, their proposal currently is just to have that concrete apron, parking pad in the front.
Is the
But
gravel bordered by anything?
with the concrete ribbon curb.
Concrete ribbon.
Yeah.
You said that earlier.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I can get some more details on that for the voting session.
And all this to say, there's two of us. So, I mean, there may be somebody who's just militantly for this or against this. We don't know. But I do remember hearing simplify from the consensus. For the
Yeah, I
most
mean,
part.
if you had the concrete and just some kind of simple edge on it, it probably wouldn't be a lot of discussion about it.
No.
Yeah, I'll confirm with the owners on that image. From my recollection, they just wanted to convey that concrete color and finish on there. I think the photo that they received from the contractor had the cobblestone, so that wasn't intended to be a perfect representation. But I'll
Okay.
confirm with them and update that photo if we need to.
Good. Anything else?
That's it.
Any other specific?
We're good.
Okay. Anything from staff? You probably have an announcement about Thursday.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
do.
Thank you so much, Jason.
We have a special DRC meeting for 318 Franklin Road, and it is going to be this Thursday, August 21st, starting at 3 o'clock at 324 Liberty Pike, Suite 150. And this location is the previous special DRC location, and as previously, please park in the rear parking lot behind Jameson Station. And then the second announcement is that we are having a preservation plan update community meeting and open house, and it will be next Wednesday, August 27th, from 5 to 7 o'clock here at Eastern Flank. And all are welcome to come and provide input for the development of the preservation plan and review the existing conditions report.
All right. Thank you, staff, for your hard work. Thank you, Jared. For the galley, there's still one left. Yes. Thank you all very much. We are adjourned.